Chapter 326. In the chaotic hall, the sound of things being smashed and shouts were incessant. Inside the dark blue walls, there was an inextinguishable luster. The old man was dressed in linen clothes. He was unshaven and slovenly, but his temperament was unrestrained and ethereal. He was waving at Yun Nuashing and the others with all his might and shouting at the top of his lungs. "Little brother, let's go together. The treasures depend on one's luck. There is nothing valuable here. These people don't even know where the real treasures are." The old man came up with a smile and saw through Yun Nuashing at a glance, which surprised everyone. His face had misled many people. Back then, even Jin Wang and the others did not recognize him. This fluctuation, is it an ancient strange beast? Suddenly, the old man stared at Yun Nuashing's stomach and felt a majestic vitality. There was some surprise on his face. Awkward. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He held his stomach, turned around, and said in his original voice, "Don't stare. It is frightened by you. Hee, it is fate that we met. Let's go together. We can take care of each other on the way. As for the magical weapon, it depends on our luck." The old man was called Qing Feng. He looked at Yun Nuashing with a smile and said in a low voice, "I have found a place for the treasures, but I need some help to get it. Let's go together." Yun Nuashing heard this and looked at him suspiciously. He frowned. He could not see through this person and was a little wary. However, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Anyway, he was not afraid of a fight. There were many people here. Jin Wang and the others were also in the shrine. He was not afraid that someone would attack them. Qing Feng saw him, nodding his head, and the smile on her face deepened. She then called out to everyone and flew towards a passageway. Yun Nuashing and the rest also quickly followed. After flying for a long time in the passageway, everyone gradually felt a bit of pressure. Yun Nuashing took out the map and looked at it. She found that they were flying towards the depths of the shrine. Moreover, if she was not wrong, they should be flying towards the conferred god altar. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passageway again. However, this time, the passageway was strangely suspended in midair, as if a hole had suddenly opened in the sky. Just as they exited the passageway, they felt a powerful pressure that caused them to fall to ground. Even Elder Yu Qing and the others were not spared and fell down with them. Even Shunming cannot fly here. Elder Yu Qing clenched her delicate hands and said in surprise, this was also a world of its own. The air was dense with water vapor, and one could feel a sense of moisture when they moved their arms. A huge forest surrounded an azure ocean, and an island stood in the middle of the ocean. A huge azure platform seemed to be made of sapphire, and it went all the way to the top of the sky. The densely packed steps made people a little dizzy when they looked at it from afar. TSK, the conferred god altar. Could it be that the water god's deity position is really left behind? The old man stroked his beard and looked up at the square platform with a smile. He could vaguely see a few figures on it, and there were energy fluctuations circulating. It's the aura of the deity king and the others. Feeling this fluctuation, Yun Nuashing had the urge to turn around and run. Everyone could not help but laugh when they saw his restless appearance. Why don't we not go? There are so many steps there, and it's so troublesome to walk up. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and looked at the exit behind him. Just as he was about to jump up, he felt a fragrant wind in the next instant. 2 warm and soft hands wrapped around his back and calves, and then he suddenly floated up. "Little boy, if you don't want to go, I'll carry you." Yuan Qian smiled and gave Yun Nuashing a princess hug. His beautiful face immediately turned red. Before he could ask her to put him down, Yuan Qian had already rushed out of the room as if she was flying. No. Yun Nuashing was so scared that his face turned pale. Unfortunately, he was in someone's arms and was flying. He could only reach out and hug Yuan Qian's slender neck and fly away with a scream. Big brother is in pain and happy. Ming covered his mouth and laughed foolishly. When Xian saw this, he felt a little jealous, but he did not show it. He just sighed helplessly and followed with a bitter smile. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly followed. The sight of another sea caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. They recalled what had happened outside the temple, but seeing that someone had safely stepped onto the divine seal altar, there shouldn't be any obstructions. Thus, everyone felt relieved and walked up. Qing Feng cast an array to protect everyone and then led them across the water. They arrived at the foot of the conferred God stage, peacefully. There's a heaven limit level God stage here. No, this is a heaven limit level God array. No, it's like this. Fortunately, it has been worn down by time. Otherwise, no one would be able to walk up. Qing Feng looked at the steps in front of him and kept his smiling face as he spoke solemnly. But at the end, he let out a sigh of relief. When everyone heard this, they also let out a sigh of relief. If it was really a heaven limit level God array that was still active, then it would be a big problem. Even Yun Nuashing would not be able to do anything about it, unless this array was refined with energy and he could use the divine body to restrain it. Qian, put me down! Until this moment, Yun Nuashing finally had the time to say something. His current position really made him embarrassed. He was already a grown man and had not tried being carried in a princess's arms. He should be the one carrying someone else. Moreover, he was not a little girl who relied on others. Even though he had a big belly and changed his face, he was still a young man. Moreover, in this position, he was just short of saying, "You hit me with the ball." Little boy, hold tight. Elder sister will fly you up. Who knew that Yuan Qian just stuck out her tongue slyly. Then, carrying Yun Nuashing, she took 100 steps and soared into the sky. Everyone pretended that they did not see anything and followed behind. We've reached the top. We've reached the top. Hurry up and put me down. This was like a staircase that led to the sky. In less than a minute, they reached the top. They could even feel two auras confronting each other at the top. Yun Nuashing's pretty face turned even paler. If anyone saw him like this, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the East Sea. Fortunately, when Yuan Qian was close to the top, she still obediently put Yun Nuashing down, allowing him to take a few deep breaths. When everyone had gathered, they walked up together. However, when they reached the top, they realized that not only were Jin Jinwang and the others there were also a few old acquaintances, Qi Wen and the others from the Qi family. It seemed like everyone was here waiting for them. This made Yun Nuashing's eyelids twitch. The top of the azure blue platform was 1,000 feet long and wide. In the middle, there was a simple circular altar. Thick dust covered the blue light. On the opposite side of the altar, Yun Nuashing was no stranger. It was Qi Su and Qi Wen, the two god of the underworld. He could still remember their sinister eyes clearly. Moreover, other than the God King and the Qi family, there were some others who were standing 100 meters away, not daring to get close. However, what made Yun Nuashing a little surprised was that Jin Jinwang and the other two actually had the strength of the god of the underworld. He remembered that the last time he saw them, they were only at the god of the underworld. How did they become god of the underworld after returning this time? This was a leap of 2 major realms. Spiritual divine body. Just as Yun Nuashing and the others ascended, Qi Wen saw him immediately. His face darkened instantly and his sinister eyes were cold. However, he took a few steps back subtly. The battle in Divine Sky City had left a shadow in his heart. That bastard Qi, you didn't come? It's such a pity that I didn't cripple him directly. Yun Nuashing sneered. His face was cold and there was a faint, murderous aura around him. He didn't change his face back. Yuan Qian and the others were behind him and must have been noticed back then. They would definitely recognize him this time. However, now that he had the Netherworld Ruin Sword, he wasn't too worried. The ones who should be worried should be Qi Wen and the others. However, saying this made him feel a little ashamed. According to his character, he shouldn't have said such things. Third brother is unfortunately in seclusion. Before coming out, He asked me to send his regards to the divine body. Chi Su waved his hand and smiled faintly. Although he had a carefree appearance, everyone was able to discern the killing intent that was concealed extremely deeply within his words. You old dog, you actually survived? You must have wasted a lot of the Chi family's elixirs, right? Seeing that his injuries were all healed, Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. As if he had just discovered him, he sneered and said, Go back and tell him that there's no need to send his regards. I'll go to the Chi family for a cup of tea one day. As soon as he said this, Chi Su's face darkened. Everyone wiped their sweat. The moment they met, they were already at daggers drawn. What deep hatred! I'm afraid you don't have the ability, Chi Su said faintly. He had completely restrained his murderous intent. After all, Yun Nuashing had more than 10 gods with him. They were very difficult to deal with. If he attacked, he would definitely be killed here. Jin Wang and the others turned around when they heard the voice. Then they were all petrified. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared straight at Yun Nuashing's stomach. They couldn't understand how her stomach had gotten so big in less than an hour. Little brother, the power behind you is really big. Seeing that this group of people were all standing on his side, Qing Feng looked at Yun Nuashing with slight surprise and then looked at the Qi family before sighing. In her heart, she had an understanding of Yun Nuashing's identity. Who else could cause trouble for the Qi family other than the divine body Naoling? Yun Nuashing spread his hands and walked to Jin Wang and the others. Seeing their gazes, he shuddered and quickly turned around with the phoenix egg in his hands. His eyes were glowing green. Ancient strange beast! Staring at Yun Nuashing's stomach, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they had a lot of questions to ask, now wasn't the time. The Qi family was still eyeing them covetously, and there were plenty of opportunities to chat. Speaking of which, why did your cultivation level soar by 2 levels? Did your cultivation go berserk? Compared to him, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask Jin Wang. The last time they met, they were only God and underworld experts. How did they suddenly become God and underworld experts? Hearing this question, Jin Wang and the others spread their hands and transmitted their voices. It should be said that we originally had this level of strength. It's just that in the past, we split our energy to do some things. Back then, the 9 of them did their best to repair the altars left behind by the 9 ancestors. They left behind a portion of their soul power and a portion of their strength, so when they came out, they were all God and underworld experts. Now that the altars were all repaired, they naturally wanted to take back their original strength. Do bad things. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. The 8 god kings. If it wasn't to find you, little bastard, would we have to do that? Cough. I'm not going to argue with you. The gold god king coughed and pointed his chin at the 10-meter wide circle in the center. When the heavens path opens, you take this group of fellows and charge in. We will stay here to defend against the 3 old fellows from the Qi family. Heavenly Road? Oh, that altar should be the entrance to a self-created world. However, it requires a stronger energy to activate. Qing Feng continued the conversation. That's right. Jin Wang nodded and glanced at Qing Feng. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he turned to look at the dozens of people and whispered, Those people will probably go in later. In short, we will be responsible for blocking the Qi family. You guys go in and take a look. If there's any danger, retreat as soon as possible. Yun Nuashing nodded. He knew that Jin Wang wanted to separate him from the Qi family to prevent others from secretly attacking him. Buzz. At this moment, the circular altar suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Then, the dust covering the surface of the altar trembled and floated to one side, revealing an incomparably complicated array. Everyone who looked at it felt dizzy. Jin Wang also hurriedly turned his eyes away. Buzz. Another buzzing sound was heard, and the sky suddenly darkened. The sky turned dark in an instant, and the stars twinkled. The altar was emitting a gentle azure light. Then a white jade staircase suddenly descended from the sky and knocked on the center of the altar. Bang! A great pressure descended from the sky. The thin layer of white light seemed to have the strength of 1,000 caddies as it enveloped everyone. At this moment, at the top of the conferred God stage, those who had not reached the heavenly God level all knelt down with a bang, causing the floor to crack a little. If not for the protection of Jin Jinwang, Yun Nuashing, and the others would probably have knelt down in an instant. Let's go. But at this moment, Yun Nuashing shouted loudly and led everyone to soar into the sky. The light element wrapped everyone and rushed towards the opening in the sky. Charge! The heavenly domain is open. There are treasures here. I've been waiting for this. At the same time, all the experts here roared. Their roars were like thunder that pierced through the ears. Even the earth trembled. Many weapons suddenly flew out from their bodies and floated beside them. They each used their magical powers to break through the restriction. Energy danced in the air as they led everyone into the white jade staircase. In just a few blinks of an eye, the crowd surrounding the top of the altar had completely disappeared. Only Jin Jinwang, Chi Su, and the other 5 people were left facing each other. The moment the 6 pairs of eyes met, the air suddenly became heavy. Chapter 3:27. The light element brought everyone into the Tenjong-wide passage at an extreme speed. At the same time, the others hurriedly used all kinds of methods to break the restriction and rushed in. In just a moment, only Jin Jinwang's group of 3 and the 3 from the Qi family were left. They didn't move in the slightest. I'm really curious. Why do you want to shelter the spiritual divine physique? Is it because you want to cultivate the divine physique so that you can take its origin after cultivating the divine physique? Or do you really want to cultivate a spiritual divine physique? Seeing that the surroundings were suddenly empty, Chi Su shrugged and looked at Jin Jinwang with a faint smile. Jin Jinwang let out an ambiguous laugh. He narrowed his golden eyes and ridiculed. Don't use your dirty heart to guess our thoughts. Little Star is very important to us. Only your Qi family can do such a disgusting thing as killing people to take their origin. My Qi family has always been open and above board. We don't care about right or wrong. The world has nothing to do with us. We only do what we want to do, Chi Su said with a faint smile. Well, open and above board. Hasn't your Qi family done a lot of outrageous things? Jin Jinwang sneered. The Qi family was very fanatical about people with special physiques. To be more precise, they were fanatical about those special physiques. They took their origin and collected it for research. This kind of thing had been done countless times since the Archean era. Most of the geniuses with special physiques who disappeared inexplicably were secretly killed and their origin was taken away. However, the Qi family was very secretive. Almost no one found out about it. Only some great forces from the Archean era, such as the 9 great elemental temples, paid attention to it. Although they knew about it, the life and death of those people didn't have much impact on this world. It was just one person. If he died, he died. How many people died every day? Unless it was too outrageous or they were being bullied, they wouldn't pay attention to it. As for the divine physique that was born with the supreme physique, it was also their hunting target. However, it was a pity that there were only a few divine physiques that were born in this world. Every time they participated, they never got what they wanted. After all, the origin of the divine physique was too difficult to capture. It would disappear almost at the moment when its owner died, so it was very difficult to get. Moreover, a heaven-defying physique, like the spirit-receiving godly physique, was nurtured by the heavens and protected by the heavens and earth. If its origin was really obtained by someone, it would be difficult to graft it onto someone else. I won't argue with you. The gold god king waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "What the Qi clan did in the past is your business. However, little Xingxing will definitely not be handed over to you. His identity is very special to the entire Nine Deities Hall. If anything happens to him, the Hall Masters will go crazy. Hearing him mention the Temple Master, Chi Su's eyes trembled slightly. After a while, he smiled faintly. Are you threatening my Chi family? You can think whatever you want. Since you think it's a threat, I don't mind saying another word. Jin Jinwang rolled his shoulders and said in a deep voice, Your Chi family can at most stand up to any one of us. If the 9 great elemental temples work together, it's still possible to get rid of a few primeval families. Back in the day, the primogenitors of the 9 great elemental temples were all famous people. They were all sealed gods in the god world. When the 9 of them worked together, they ran amok. The forces they created were just like them. They were at the peak of their power. They produced many talents, and no one dared to provoke them. Although the 9 primogenitors fell later on, there were no signs of decline. Very soon, new divine kings appeared to replace them. Hearing this, Chi Su narrowed his eyes, and a cold aura circulated. However, he still had a faint smile on his face and looked unmoved. I'll stop here. As for what you do, that's your business. If you don't want the Temple Master and the others to go to the Chi family's gathering, you'd better know your place. Jin Jinwang crossed his arms and said coldly, Even if the Chi family doesn't do anything, the people of the world won't be willing to stay calm. The spiritual divine body will die prematurely. The 9 great elemental temples are very powerful, but don't forget that there are even more ancient forces in the god world. Chi Wen said gloomily. His voice was like fingernails scratching on glass. It was very ear-piercing. That's none of your business. Just take care of yourselves. Lei Tian gnashed his teeth fiercely. His eyes flashed with lightning as he stared at him. His rumbling voice echoed. The 6 of them looked at each other coldly and snorted coldly. They didn't say anything else. Yun Nuashing and the others rushed up the white jade sky staircase with extreme speed. They came to a strange world where the energy was so dense that it turned into fog and floated in the air. Everyone shivered. This is a different world from the one we're in now. Feeling the energy that was different from the outside world, Qing Feng and the other deity kings exclaimed and widened their eyes. Even the sky piercer suddenly jumped out from Yun Nuashing's arm. Lan Xian, with long blue hair, emerged from the sky piercer. Feeling this very familiar aura, Mei Mao's eyes welled up with tears. The mythological era. This is the world of the mythological era. It's the world where I was born and raised. Lan Xener covered her small mouth with her jade hands and couldn't help but choke with sobs. 2 lines of tears quietly fell from her bright eyes. Scenes quickly replayed in her mind. Her sorrowful words made everyone forget to be surprised and fell silent for a moment. 5 eras had passed since the mythological era. Although she had finally awakened in this era, it should be her greatest regret that she wasn't able to stay in the mythological era to accompany her parents. Yun Nuashing gently patted her head and didn't say anything. It would be wrong to say anything now. Someone is coming up. Qing Feng turned her head and looked at the white jade sky staircase not far away. There were constantly people rushing up the sky staircase with some special means. They also relied on the extreme speed of the light element to force their way up. Even after reaching this place, there was still suppression. Those who weren't gods couldn't fly. This is a self-contained world. It's very big. I wonder if there's a god position left behind. If there is, I wonder if it's the water god or the sea god. A man in a blue robe, the water god king, looked at this world with a fiery look in his eyes. For him, whose main element was water, the god position was a priceless treasure. Ancient trees reached the sky, and the bright starry sky hung above this world. Spiritual energy densely filled every corner of this space. Taking a deep breath would make one feel refreshed, and the energy in one's body would fluctuate. In the past, Rain Country didn't have any water-related gods. I reckon that there wouldn't be a god position left behind. Lan Xen wiped her face and said with a nasal voice, "It's such a pity." The water god king heard it and sighed. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, "But the energy here is very rich. 1 day of cultivation can be equivalent to half a month." Everyone smiled and nodded. The energy here was indeed very rich. It could be said that cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. Exai. Yun Nuashing looked at the tear-stained face and sighed softly. He knew that Lan Xan, Er's biggest wish was to return to the mythological era and be with her family. She didn't want to come to this era where she didn't know anyone. "Brother Nuashing, I'm fine. I just thought of the past." Lan Xan wiped her face and shook her head with a smile. Her wish was very difficult to achieve, but now she had a family member and some friends who cared for her. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Everyone strolled in this world and didn't rush to fly forward. Strange scenes appeared in the sky from time to time. They were all formed by pure energy. In the forest, there are herbs full of spiritual energy everywhere. The rich energy made the few god kings couldn't help but look. However, they didn't recognize these herbs. They had never seen them in books. However, Lan Xan, who was picking the herbs excitedly with Yun Nuashing, smiled and said, "These were very precious herbs in the mythological era. It was said that they could be refined into elixirs. This is ice magnolia, blue demon vine, and tianqiong bramble." I don't know much about them. Beside Yun Nuashing, Qing Feng also squatted down. When they were picking the herbs, he quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He was also very interested in these herbs. The herbs from the mythological era were all extinct. They couldn't be found in ancient books. "It's so empty here. There's no life. It's too quiet," Xian said as he looked at the world. "Well, there are no other creatures here, but it's probably impossible." The beautiful woman nodded. With the help of the rich wood element in the surrounding trees, she expanded her perception to more than half of the world. However, she didn't see any creatures other than the people who came in. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After such a long time, even the gods couldn't survive. It was already a miracle that they left behind this world. It was impossible for any other creatures to survive here. "Hey!" The beautiful woman suddenly paused, and her gaze stopped in one direction. Her beautiful eyes flickered with green light, and she saw an illusory palace. It was faintly discernible in the mist, as if it didn't exist, but it also seemed to have substance. It looked very strange. "That's a palace?" Qing Feng also saw this. He looked up with a dignified face. "It's the inner hall of the Tana's water temple. Its existence has always been a legend because no one has seen it. I didn't expect it to be true." Lan Xayana looked in that direction and thought for a while. Then she said, "However, the inner hall is the real important place of the Tana's water temple. It is said that it was built by the ancestor himself. It seems that he left something behind. The people of the temple want to find the inner hall, but they didn't succeed. Because its whereabouts are uncertain, it is hard to tell if it is real or fake, unless what?" Hearing her pause, everyone quickly asked, "I also heard it from hearsay. I don't know if it is true." Lan Xan stuck out her tongue cutely and said, "It is said that 2 high-level eternal weapons can be used to fix its whereabouts. However, even the temple itself can't catch it, so I don't know if it is true." When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. They had eternal weapons, but they were in the hands of Jin Jinwang. However, they were not high-level eternal weapons. Moreover, the divine kings did not bring their eternal weapons with them. Is it the inner hall of the Tana's water temple? This old man is very curious. Qing Feng sighed and looked at the blurry palace in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Shall we call Elder Jean and the others here? Nuashing has an eternal weapon, right? 2 of them can make up the number." Although Yao Hua could not see the palace, he could only suggest this when it came to eternal weapons. Everyone nodded when they heard this. There were a few eternal weapons, but they were not high level. They looked at Yun Nuashing, who spread out her hands and did not object. Those people can't free themselves. This old man will go all out this time. Hearing this, Qing Feng shook his head and said, "However, there are so many of you. Among the treasures, can I only choose a few that are pleasing to my eyes? You want to share the treasures before we even go in." Everyone complained and rolled their eyes at him. This old man is afraid that you will kill me quietly after we go in. Little brother, what do you think? Qing Feng laughed and asked Yun Nuashing. After all, the latter had the Xianlong Qin, so the decision was in his hands. Hey, didn't you say that the divine treasure depends on one's luck? Have you forgotten? Yun Nuashing scratched her head and said, Chapter 328. When Qing Feng heard this, he chuckled and nodded. With a flip of his hand, a 3 feet tall, multicolored pagoda appeared in his hand. Although he did not use it, it did emit a great pressure. On the pagoda, there was an eye-catching imprint of a tree growing on a lotus flower, shocking everyone. Lotus tree, what a familiar imprint! Where have I seen it? Seeing the multicolored pagoda, the divine kings frowned and sank into deep thought. Lotus tree, this is the imprint of the god of glaze. This is his divine weapon, the glaze pagoda. The glaze pagoda from the Antiquity Age, recorded in the ancient records. I never thought that it would appear here. It has been 2 eras since it disappeared. That outstanding person could not escape the trial of time and end? The water divine king sighed and said lightly. It was not difficult to hear the pity in his voice. The divine kings gasped and could not help but gulp. The god of glaze was a god from the Antiquity Age. It had been 3 eras since then. Although that god had passed away, his weapon had been left behind. Moreover, it was definitely a high-grade eternal divine weapon. After all, the Xianlong zither in Yun Nuashing's body had a weak reaction on its own. Swoosh! At this moment, Yun Nuashing also took out the Xianlong zither. It emitted a silver-blue light as if it was breathing. It resonated with the glaze pagoda, which surprised everyone. Eternal divine weapons could actually resonate with each other. Gently stroking the Xianlong zither, Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of that gentle and moving person. She made him yearn for her. Of course, this had nothing to do with love. After all, Xian Yin had called him brother. The 2 of them were more like family, like siblings. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing suppressed that little bit of longing and laughed faintly. Then his smile suddenly stiffened and he laughed dryly. That who will carry me away later? Ah! Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They did not understand what he meant. Don't worry about that. Just tell me who carried me away. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and waved her hand. I. At this moment, Zi Yan's beautiful face reddened. She took a deep breath and seemed to have mustered up a great deal of courage as she slightly opened her red lips. However, she had only opened her mouth to speak a single word when it was snatched away by Yuan Chen. Little boy, I'll just hug you. Yuan Chen smiled as she caressed Yun Nuashing's face. Everyone was speechless when they saw how determined she was. Big sister Yuan Chen. Zi Yan couldn't help but mutter as he looked at Yuan Chen with hidden bitterness. His words were filled with jealousy, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Even their teeth were chattering as they closed their eyes. Seeing Zian pouting her lips with a resentful look, Yuan Chen was stunned for a moment before she laughed dryly. Mei Mao turned around and said, Then younger sister Zian, will you hug him? I. Hearing her say that, her face turned red and the courage she had just mustered disappeared inexplicably. Zian hesitated and did not answer, but that was what she thought. I'll walk by myself. Yun Nuashing was speechless when she saw the 2 of them. She felt that she should not have asked this question in the first place. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for the 2 of them to answer. She looked at Qing Feng and nodded before she touched the Qianlong Qin against the lapis lazuli pagoda. Wang. Just as the two weapons clashed, an abnormally large amount of energy suddenly burst forth. However, it was not a destructive power. The power was very gentle, and in the blink of an eye, it instantly spread throughout this self-created world. This is the fluctuation of an eternal weapon. Could it be that an eternal weapon is fighting? Hiss, if an eternal weapon is really set up, this world will be destroyed directly. Maybe the entire area of the Tana's Water Shin Temple will be destroyed. There must be an eternal treasure. Maybe an eternal weapon has come into being. For an eternal weapon to have such a large fluctuation in the world today, it must be the ancient families or the 9 Shin temples. The moment this wave spread out, the entire world burst into discussions. Some people even flew towards the direction of Yun Nua planet. Although they knew it was very dangerous, they couldn't help but want to see which 2 eternal weapons were fighting. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, however. There were no signs of a great battle in this place. When the Qianlong Qin and the lapis lazuli pagoda collided, the fluctuation caused by the collision shocked everyone present. Fortunately, this energy was not used to fight, but just blended together. If it was used to fight against the enemy, perhaps everyone present would be turned into ashes in an instant. 2 boundless energies transformed into a chi dragon that charged towards the misty palace. Along the way, it dispersed the energy mist in this place. Even the space was torn apart. The space here was extremely hard. The Divine King and the others had tried it before, but it was very difficult to tear the space apart. However, it was shattered by the 2 weapons, and this was just a little bit of the aftermath. Kacha! The 2 energies collided with the ethereal palace and immediately expelled the layer of fog. The surrounding space shattered like glass, and an invisible energy shield was also shattered at this moment. Even the fog in this world dissipated a lot. This is a magic array. It's used to hide the whereabouts of this palace. Everyone looked at all these changes in surprise. However, before they could take a closer look, they realized that there were specks of bright golden particles rising around them. They were a little confused, but those who had experienced it before wisely held onto the people around them tightly. Swoosh! Ah! Just as the light particles reached a certain concentration, Yun Nuashing laughed loudly and led the crowd to rush towards the shrine. Suddenly, a few more miserable shrieks sounded from the horizon. Almost the moment they rushed into the palace, the surroundings were filled with fog again. The whereabouts of the palace instantly became ethereal, blocking outsiders from entering. As for Yun Nuashing, who had just entered, the swirling zither was separated from the glazed pagoda. His head of purple hair instantly turned pale white with only a few traces of purple remaining. Clearly, his immortal energy was exhausted. After all, if he didn't release the seal on the swirling zither and used his own ability to play it, his energy would be instantly drained dry. That terrifying amount of energy was something that even a god couldn't withstand. However, before his energy was completely drained, he managed to rush into the palace and wasn't blocked by the fog. However, his forehead was sweating and his brows were tightly knitted. He looked very weak and seemed to have some difficulty moving. This was also why he said to find someone to carry him. "I'm really dying." Yun Nuashing squeezed his weak palms and leaned against the wall. He laughed bitterly. Every time he spontaneously activated the swirling zither, his entire body would collapse. It was as if he had just run a lap around the realm of the gods. "Little star, are you all right?" Xian hurriedly went forward to support him when he saw his state and asked with concern, "I'm just tired. I'll be fine after some rest." Yun Nuashing's pretty face was pale. He waved his hand and touched his winged stomach. When he found that the phoenix egg was still normal, he sighed in relief. "Let's go. Sooner or later, people will find out about what happened here. Maybe someone else will be able to come in. Let's be the early bird and get some benefits first." After saying that, he strode forward. If it wasn't for his swaying appearance, everyone would really think that he was fine. What a stubborn little girl. Looking at the swaying figure, which was somewhat similar to the image he saw back then, he couldn't help but chuckle. The other god kings also nodded helplessly. She completely inherited that guy's temperament. The water god king sighed and said, "Nuashing, don't force yourself. You can't even walk properly." "Yuan," she said unhappily. He directly walked in front of him and squatted down. His meaning was obvious. The phoenix egg is still here. Looking at the white figure, Yun Nuashing faintly smiled and pulled him up. He shook his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Finding the treasure is more important. This small matter can be solved in an instant." The water god king couldn't watch any longer. He walked to Yun Nuashing's side and patted his shoulder. A dense energy surged into his body and instantly filled up the hole in his body. "Thank you, Senior." Yun Nuashing sighed in relief and said with a smile, "You idiot." In the end, the four old friends roared at the water god king. He was directly stunned by their roars. He didn't understand what was going on. The water god king was confused. He didn't understand why they were suddenly angry. This group of children is playing around. Why are you joining in the fun? The beautiful woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily. The water god king was embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, let's go find the treasure. We are in a hurry. I am thinking for everyone. Go, go, go." Yuan Shi and the others muttered unhappily. Only Yun Nuashing was a little confused. He didn't understand what was going on. After fooling around for a while, everyone became serious and walked into the palace. However, they were all vigilant of the surrounding situation. If this was really a palace built by the ancestor of the Tana's water god temple, it definitely wouldn't be simple. There might be some restrictions left behind. Although this group of people was quite strong, it wouldn't be good if they were ambushed. Among these people, Qing Feng, who was carrying the lapis lazuli pagoda, was naturally the best pathfinder. If there were any unforeseen circumstances, he could use the eternal divine weapon to block it. However, Yun Nuashing, who had been through this kind of place before, had some experience. Naturally, he took on the role of an experienced horse and led the group in a rampage. Whenever he saw a secret chamber, he would charge headfirst into it. Of course, he dared to be so unbridled because he relied on the evil spirit essence. He used the Netherworld Ruins sword to destroy all the unknown spirit designs on the ground. Who knew how many spirit designs he destroyed along the way? So many weapons. Sigh, they aren't divine level. I don't want to give them to you. Wow, array diagrams. TSK, there are no seals or heavenly restrictions. I don't want them. Ancient scriptures. I'll keep some. Elixirs, prescriptions, I want them. He led the group and flew around the palace. He kicked the doors when he saw them. However, these things were of a lower grade. Some of them were even disdained by Yun Nuashing's current eyesight. He stuffed them all to others and only took a little. This kind of generosity really made the group speechless. He used the light elements to fly around. In just a short while, he had covered half of the palace. When they passed by the entrance of the main hall, Yun Nuashing thought for a while and took out Ling Hongjin. Then he used the space slicer to move the dozens of arrays from other places to the entrance, blocking it completely. With this posture, if anyone came in, they would definitely be bombarded indiscriminately. Here's a gift for you all. Yun Nuashing smiled evilly and licked his teeth. Everyone whispered he's really a demon. The group continued to go deeper into the palace. When they kicked open a door, they were stunned for a moment. Then they all gasped. Dozens of weapons were floating in the golden room that was filled with runes. Judging from their energy fluctuations, it was obvious that they weren't simple objects. Many of them had even reached the divine level. A silver altar was lying below the weapons, emitting a faint radiance. A faint cold air was emitting from it, and the floor within 1,000 feet of it was covered in ice. This is the moon ice crystal. Qing Feng and the few divine kings were all knowledgeable people. They recognized it at a glance. This was a 12th grade material that was as famous as the sun blood crystal. They were all extremely precious divine items. Moon platform. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood and nodded. He looked at the silver platform that was 20 feet long and 10 feet tall and muttered. Although this was not as heavy as his Scarlet Cross sun blood crystal, the latter was only half a weapon. On the other hand, the former was 100% weapon. Although they were 1,000 feet away, everyone still felt that the faint cold air had spread over. They stopped in their tracks and did not dare to go over. The cold air from the moon platform could even freeze energy. Qing Feng smiled. The lapis lazuli pagoda hung above his head and released streams of energy to protect him. Then he flashed towards the moon platform. He was also very covetous of this moon platform. Seeing this, everyone could only sigh helplessly. There was no other way. He had an eternal divine weapon and was not afraid of this cold air. However, they did not have one and could only stare at the treasure. Qing Feng smiled. His palm was about to land on the moon platform when he smiled and said, "This old man only wants this. I don't want any other treasures after this." Bang! However, just as he was about to touch the moon platform, the latter suddenly released a cold light. A huge force suddenly appeared and sent him flying. Even the lapis lazuli pagoda was sent flying. Qing Feng covered his hand and let out a strange cry. A layer of black ice was slowly climbing up his arm. He was so frightened that he quickly used the lapis lazuli pagoda to protect his arm and refine the black ice. Otherwise, his entire arm would be crippled. Everyone was at a loss and did not know what had happened. I miscalculated. That moon platform has a complete weapon spirit in it. It has already entered the ranks of eternal divine weapons and can even be forged into a divine weapon. However, the consciousness in the lapis lazuli pagoda has been sleeping. I can't activate all the energy and can't subdue it. Qing Feng said a little dejectedly and shook his head with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands and glanced at the lunar platform. Light elements gushed out and his figure flashed, appearing beside Yun Nuoxing. The bone-piercing chill made him shiver, and several layers of goosebumps appeared on his skin. "Little star!" everyone exclaimed. He could not even subdue an eternal divine weapon. Wasn't he courting death by going there? Buzz! However, to everyone's surprise, when Yun Nuoxing gently placed his palm on the moon platform, the latter suddenly retracted its light. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, it turned into a stream of light and sank into Yun Nuoxing's arm. On his back, the golden pattern that looked like wings suddenly extended into several silver patterns. The two colors blended and the pattern grew a lot, covering half of his back. I have a spiritual divine body. As long as it's a weapon or a spiritual object, it's not a problem at all. Yun Nuoxing clapped his hands, puffed out his chest, and said with a grin. Everyone reacted and then smiled bitterly. What kind of pervert was this? He could subdue any spiritual object? Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and looked up at the many weapons hanging high in the sky. He grinned and waved his hand to summon all of them down. Then he looked at the crowd and counted silently. Then he walked back slowly with a pile of weapons and said with a smile, "Come, come, come. I'm giving you weapons. Take whatever you like. It's free. There are demigods and gods. There are mirrors, halberds, swords, and spears. Come and take a look." Uffed! Hearing this laughter, everyone laughed and did not stand on ceremony. They reached out and took 1 to 3 weapons. They even left 10 weapons for Jin Jinwang and the rest. These were all top-notch divine weapons. It would be a waste not to take them. Qing Feng was probably a little depressed that he did not get the moon platform and took 5 divine weapons in one go. After they were divided equally, Yun Nuoxing saw that there were still more than 20 divine weapons and kept them into his body without hesitation. Suddenly, the pattern on his body grew rapidly. That's not right. It's growing slower. However, Yun Nuashing, who had been paying attention, frowned. Looking at the speed at which the patterns were spreading, it was obvious that every time there was an additional weapon, the speed at which the patterns were spreading would slow down a lot. It even took 3 or 4 divine weapons to match the speed of the first divine weapon. The further you develop the spirit receiving divine body, the higher the requirements will be. At that time, even the divine weapon, the divine flame ranked below 100, or the devil lightning ranked below 30, may not be of any use. Feeling his reaction, Z disapprovingly twitched his mouth and said, "Huh. Then I have to look for eternal divine weapons in the future." The corner of Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched, and he could not help but want to jump. Chapter 329. The scroll recorded the cultivation method of the spiritual divine body. Yun Nuashing skimmed through it briefly. It was roughly the same as what Purple Knight had said. It had to constantly absorb different types of energy. Some spiritual items with huge amounts of energy were the first choice. Moreover, the scroll also contained the cultivation method of the spirit, soul, body, elements, and vitality. It could be said that one scroll contained everything. The exclusive cultivation method of the spirit receiving divine body. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In history, there were only 8 spirit receiving divine bodies. Today, they saw the cultivation method here. Could it be that the ancestor of the Tana's water god temple was a spirit receiving divine body? What about the other scroll? Everyone quickly asked. What was recorded in the scroll that could be placed together with the spirit receiving divine body cultivation method? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing carefully kept the scroll, after which she hurriedly opened the second scroll. Glancing at the title, her pretty face instantly became strange, after which she stared blankly at Ziyan. That expression of hers was extremely comical. When everyone saw her like this, they were stunned for a moment. Then they also looked at Ziyan. She herself was also at a loss. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing nervously, not knowing what was going on. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and said, "This is the 5 elements' bodies." Everyone's expression froze for a moment. Suddenly, they felt a little dizzy in their heads. They stared at the white jade scroll in Yun Nuashing's hand in disbelief. These 2 most mysterious physiques were put together. Now, even the cultivation method was put together. What was going on? Yun Nuashing spread out his hands, rolled it up, and gently placed it in her hands. This scroll was specially made for the cultivation of the 5 elements body. He felt quite happy. After all, Ziyan didn't have a good cultivation method, and she hadn't found a suitable one all this time. Until now, she was still using a low-level cultivation method to make do. Now that she had a special cultivation method, her future path should be smooth sailing. Read it with your soul. It's no problem even if you don't speak the language. Habitually touching Ziyan's head, Yun Nuashing chuckled and said, "You don't have to wear the hat. Everyone here is familiar." Ziyan nodded obediently and carefully put away the white jade scroll. Then he waved his hand and took off his hat. Originally, he wore this hat to not attract too much attention. Since the people present were all familiar with him, it was nothing. However, when they saw Ziyan's original appearance, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, and then they secretly praised him. Tisk, Yao Hua couldn't help but praise. Ziyan heard it. Her pretty face blushed slightly. Of hum. A wave of energy, slowly, a wave of energy, which shocked everyone to see. Of hum. On the phoenix egg, countless runes appeared. Those vortexes also disappeared at this moment. Resplendent rays of light dyed the hall a fiery red, as dazzling as a fiery red sun. A sea of fire suddenly gushed out from the space. Fire elements uncontrollably surged towards the egg, transforming into crimson pink flames. The terrifying temperature caused ripples to appear in the space. Everyone hurriedly retreated a little to avoid being affected by the flames. Crack! As the energy surged, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the phoenix egg. Neon lights flashed in the sky. A pleasant phoenix cry was heard. Even the whirlpool zither resonated. Thousands of celestial sounds lingered in the air. As the melody played, the strong light on the egg became stronger and stronger. Countless beams of bright pink light shot into the sky through the crack. They directly penetrated the hull and shone outside. Oh no, I forgot to put down the seal. If this continues, people will hear the sound and come here. Yun Nuashing slapped her head and said sadly. Everyone was speechless. More and more cracks appeared. In the end, a large piece of the eggshell suddenly fell off. As the eggshell fell off, a chain reaction occurred. The phoenix egg quickly burst open. 100-meter-tall pink light beam pierced through the roof of the hull and shot into the sky. The vast energy made everyone in the hull stop what they were doing and look towards the depths of the hull. Something has been born. What a powerful life force! It has just been born, but it already has the strength of a demonic rank. It must be a kind of ancient beast, a magical beast related to the fire element. In the hull, the people who were crazily snatching things instantly stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other and saw the emotions in each other's eyes. They all sneered and gave up on what they were doing. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the hull. The sea of fire gradually receded. The light beam lasted for a moment before it slowly faded. After a while, it finally dissipated. The scene inside was seen by everyone. The phoenix's body was shining with a brilliant radiance. It was only the size of a palm. Its crimson wings were very bright, like a bright flame. It was filled with spiritual energy. Its eyes were like flawless rubies. It was very beautiful. Chirp, chirp. The phoenix chirped softly. The moment it saw Yun Nuashing, it was like a child seeing an adult. It flapped its wings that had just spread out and flew towards him. Seeing that it looked like it would fall at any moment, everyone was anxious for it. They were afraid that it would fall in the next moment. Yun Nuashing quickly stepped forward and stretched out a hand to hold it in his palm. Looking at this newborn little guy, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. From today onwards, I also have a pet. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Although it couldn't fly, it was still a genuine divine beast. It would definitely be able to soar in the future. Chirp, chirp. The phoenix used its small head to rub against Yun Nuashing's palm. Its furry wings were very slippery, and its cute appearance made Yun Nuashing's eyes shine. Even the few girls behind him couldn't help but walk up and surround it. It seemed that they couldn't stand this little guy anymore. After all, its appearance was quite lethal to men and women, old and young. At least these few girls had fallen for it. Is this a phoenix? It's so cute. Yuan Qian's claws moved and her eyes emitted a green light. Her jade-like hands gently touched the phoenix. She was very excited. I touched the phoenix. It's a divine beast. Little phoenix. The girls circled around it and stretched out their hands to touch and poke it. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuashing could only smile bitterly and didn't say anything. Chirp! Suddenly, little phoenix seemed to have received a shock as its little eyes looked at them in fear and went straight into Yun Nuashing's clothes. Its little head carefully poked out and took a glance at the few of them before it hurriedly shrank back. Little star, hurry up. Don't waste time. Phoenix. Eggshell. What's that? Aya. Anyway, let's go look at the eggshell. Suddenly, Z shouted excitedly. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She realized that Yi didn't say anything for a long time. However, she knew that the thing that made her anxious was definitely not simple. She immediately pushed the girls away and ran towards the eggshell. Everyone was very curious when they saw her suddenly running away. They quickly looked over. The The two halves of the eggshell were crystal clear, and there was an extremely shocking energy circulating within. A few small fragments were spread on the ground. The surrounding floor had traces of being burnt. This space was actually very distorted. Yun Nuashing ran to the eggshell and looked at it doubtfully. She only felt that the eggshell was very hot. She covered her hand with purple night flame and grabbed the eggshell. Just as she grabbed the eggshell and looked inside, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Inside the eggshell, a ball of crimson pink flame was dancing lightly. Every time it flickered, a small piece of the surrounding space would shatter. However, it looked more and more illusory, as if it was about to be annihilated. True Phoenix Fire! At this moment, Yi finally remembered something and shouted excitedly, rank 15 on the Divine Flames list, True Phoenix Fire. A small flame that only appears when a phoenix is born. Moreover, it will only exist for 10 minutes. If it isn't collected within 10 minutes, it will dissipate immediately. But such a small strand is completely useless. Yun Nuashing heard this and instantly became excited. However, when she finished listening, she scratched her head and became anxious. It had been about 7 to 8 minutes since it hatched. She still needed to prepare properly to subdue the divine flame. There wasn't enough time at all. It's useless now, but let's not talk so much. Stuff it into the little phoenix's body. Yi was just about to explain when he suddenly stopped and hurriedly shouted. But the phoenix is still so small. This is a divine flame. Yun Nuashing hesitated. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She didn't know what to do. Hurry up! Inject the True Phoenix Fire into the little phoenix's body. At this moment, everyone who came over saw the flame and turned pale with fright. The Divine Kings Qing Feng and Ziyi shouted together, making Yun Nuashing's mind go blank. Ziyi wrapped her palm with the purple night flame and quickly pinched the small flame. Then, she grabbed the little fellow that was grabbing onto her lapel. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly slapped the crimson flame into the little phoenix's body. Just as the crimson, pink flame entered the little phoenix's body, the faintly discernible flame that was about to be extinguished suddenly burned vigorously again. Traces of it leaked out from the little phoenix's body. However, after a while, it completely retracted into the little phoenix's body and didn't leak out anymore. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Chirp! The little phoenix blinked its eyes and stared at Yun Nuashing, as if it didn't know what had happened in that instant. The latter also stared at it with her eyes wide open. Similarly, she didn't know what had happened. Idiot! The True Phoenix Fire and the phoenix itself are one. Right now, the True Phoenix Fire is still too weak. It's useless for you to absorb it. Just let it be nourished in the little phoenix's body. After the little phoenix goes through nirvana a few times, I reckon that when it comes off, it will really become the 15th ranked True Phoenix Fire. Ziyi sighed. Put away the eggshells too. The phoenix's nirvana egg is also a good material for refining weapons. Qing Feng glanced at the phoenix, then pointed at the broken eggshells on the ground and said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing also put away the eggshells. However, he gave half of them to Qing Feng, which made him stunned for a moment. Then he became extremely excited. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. After everything was done, Yun Nuashing hurriedly said. Although the array could delay for a while, it had been so long since the commotion just now. No matter how long it could delay, someone should have come in. If someone saw that the main hall was empty, he didn't know what they would think. Sigh, it's always a pity that we didn't see the eternal weapon. Qing Feng shook his head and sighed. Don't worry. Isn't there still the main hall? Yun Nuashing touched his nose and smiled. This was still the space created by the conferred God stage. It was still not too late to go to the main hall now. Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to walk towards the door, they saw the door of the main hall suddenly open. Two people holding a golden lotus and a purple gold rod. along with a large group of people, appeared at the door. F***CK. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's face was a little ugly. Chapter 330. The Qin family and the Xian family, who were holding the royal lotus and the sky-shaking rod, finally arrived. When they opened the door and saw a group of people walking towards the door, they were stunned. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked around. The atmosphere was a little strange. Xian family and Qin family. 9 deities temple, Yu family and Yuan family. 2 voices rang out from their respective groups. They were a little faint, and it was hard to tell what was going on. Yun Nuoxing, who was standing at the front, was pulled to the back by the beautiful woman. The little phoenix on her body poked her head out curiously and looked around. Little phoenix, go back. Don't come out. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly pressed the little phoenix back, pulled up his windbreaker, and used the golden energy of the receptive spirit divine body to cover it up, in case anyone saw through it. To be honest, he was very nervous right now, because he remembered that a few years ago, when the 9 Divine Palace was looking for him, the Xian family and the Qin family both contributed. But he didn't know why they were looking for him. He didn't know them. A few god kings and Yuan Shao slowly walked forward. A few youngsters from the 2 families also walked forward, causing everyone to clench their fists tightly. They could not help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were fixed on the people from the 2 sides as they continued to walk forward. The energy within their bodies began to circulate. The 2 men with eternal weapons were also ready to fight. Their golden lotuses and long rods began to revolve gently. Then they stared at the few people who were less than 1 meter away from them and stretched out their palms. At this moment, their hearts tightened and they even held their breaths. No one dared to make a sound. Haha, old Shui, I didn't expect you to come in. You should have told us earlier. You made us rush in. We didn't steal anything along the way. Hey, didn't you see us outside the altar? You should have thought of this long ago. TSK. So many people gathered together. Old Yuan, I didn't expect you to join in the fun. Let's go. Let's drink until we're drunk. Seeing that the solemn atmosphere was disrupted by a few words, the 2 groups of people staggered and almost fell to the ground. Their 2 eternal weapons were extinguished with a bang. They could not help but open their mouths wide. What's going on? Just a moment ago, they were still so serious, but in the next moment, they were all patting each other's shoulders as if they had seen an old friend. They were talking and laughing, making the group of juniors unable to understand what was going on. They could only stare at each other without saying anything. TSK. Iron Goddess, you're not married yet? Moo, you're really too much. How old are you? Why haven't you found a family yet? Tisk, I haven't found a good family to marry yet. You, on the other hand, have become a leftover man. Iron God King and the beautiful woman both curled their lips and slapped the golden-robed man unhappily. Haha, a familiar strength, a familiar feeling. Since we're all left, it just so happens that we can gather together. The golden-robed man laughed and patted his chest. F***CK off. The 2 girls were furious. Each of them raised a slender leg and directly kicked him away. The 9 little fellows have all come out. 5th level immortal step. Not bad. Bin, Yen, come and meet them. Your little goddess isn't bad either. She's already at the 8th level. The kid from the Xian family is also not bad. Water God King smilingly looked at the 2 juniors who were holding onto the eternal weapon and laughed. Holding onto the divine weapon, have you decided to let them take over the position? Haha. Even though the 8 families were not like an iron bucket, but there were still some personal relationships between the families. Now that everyone was reunited after such a long time, there were some emotions. You 9 little brats, quickly come over and get to know each other. Water God King saw that Yao Hua and the rest were still standing there in a daze. He raised his eyebrows and threw them over with a wave of his hand. Qian, all of you come over. The 10 over youngsters smiled bitterly and stared at each other. In front of the elders, they could only symbolically greet them. After chatting and laughing for a long time, the few of them finally saw Yun Nuashing and Ming Yen Yen hiding behind Qing Feng. That person from the Xian family laughed out loud and said, "Old Shui Ah, that is little divine Body Naling. He is indeed a talented person, valiant and ethereal like an immortal. Truly a young hero." Hearing that they were finally talking about him, Yun Nuashing sweated profusely while Xian giggled and stuck her tongue out at him. That coquettish look made Yun Nuashing roll his eyes. Ming shrunk into her arms and smiled coquettishly. Seeing Yun Nuashing's awkward look, he felt that it was very interesting. Little Star is afraid of strangers and would be embarrassed to see so many people. The beautiful female saw that he did not come out and covered her mouth to laugh as she softly said, "Are you not going out to meet them? They are all friends of the elders." Xian poked his stomach and laughed coquettishly. "Not going." Yun Nuashing slanted his eyes and shook his head unwillingly. "Hee, Little Star is shy." Seeing this, the smile on Xian's face increased as she pinched his cheeks and said, "Let me go with you." "Don't." Yun Nuashing's cheeks jumped twice as he stiffly shook his head. "Come on." "Not going." Hearing the sickeningly sweet voice from behind, Qing Feng's old face shook as he smiled bitterly. "You two fellows, stop being so affectionate behind my back." Young Ah, really energetic. Finishing, he unexpectedly grabbed Yun Nuashing and Xian, and when they were not paying attention, he threw them towards Water God King. Ah! Before Yun Nuashing and Ming Yen Yen could react, they saw themselves and Xian flying out. By the time they reacted, both their feet touched the ground and opened their eyes, only to see Water God King and the others smiling at them. Black lines instantly appeared on their faces. "Old bastard!" Seeing Qing Feng smiling and waving his hands, Yun Nuashing resisted the urge to give him the middle finger. His face was black for a while before he recovered. Seeing the few of them looking at him curiously, he laughed dryly and said, "Greetings, seniors." Seeing his bashful look, the few of them laughed, making him very embarrassed. "Seems like a girl." At this time, Qin Yen suddenly whispered a sentence. She thought that it was soft enough that no one would hear, but in the end, Yun Nuashing heard every single word. Her face instantly stiffened and the atmosphere froze. Everyone's face also petrified at this moment. "Let's go to the main hall." Yun Nuashing suddenly put on a straight face and squinted his eyes as he spoke softly. However, it was this soft voice that made everyone laugh dryly. Finishing, Yun Nuashing walked towards the main hall's entrance without looking back. His long hair and coat fluttered, leaving behind an arrogant figure. Little Star is sulking. Seeing him like this, Xian bowed to the few elders and helplessly shrugged her shoulders. She carried Ming and quickly followed. "Little boy, wait." Yuan Qian saw the situation and directly left Yuan Shi and the rest behind before running to catch up with Yun Nuashing. Everyone laughed dryly, and Qin Yen felt even more embarrassed. She hurriedly followed after him. In the inner hall, it was a complete mess. The hard walls could not withstand the torment of the crowd, and there were numerous big and small holes. God knows how many pillars of the main hall had collapsed, causing the inner hall to be riddled with holes. God knows how many people had visited this miserable scene. The people who were frantically snatching all frowned when they saw Yun Nuashing and the rest coming out from the depths of the inner hall. However, when they saw that there were so many of them, they were somewhat uncertain and did not dare to make a move. They were also not sure if there were any divine treasures on them and could only watch them leave. After coming out from the inner hall, Yun Nuashing and the rest directly flew towards the entrance of this world and descended the white jade staircase. When they saw that Jin Jinwang and the rest were still confronting each other, everyone was sweating profusely. "You're back so soon?" Seeing a large group of people descending from the sky, Jin Jinwang and the rest were a little startled. Chi Su and the rest narrowed their eyes and stared at Yun Nuoxing's back fiercely. A surge of murderous intent swelled to the peak, but it was hidden in an instant. Nothing could be seen from their calm eyes. Jin Jinwang glanced at him coldly. Although others might not be able to feel the murderous intent, he could feel it very clearly. If it were not for the fact that the other party also had an eternal weapon, he would really want to leave them here to avoid leaving behind a disaster. We're out. It's a completely different world inside. It's very rich in energy. Cultivating there will be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, there are eternal weapons left behind. However, we can't subdue them. Divine King, let's go together. As soon as he landed, Yun Nuoxing sighed and spoke very softly, almost inaudibly. His disappointed expression made the people behind him roll their eyes. What did he mean by "can't subdue it"? Didn't he subdue the lunar platform? However, it was not worthwhile for them to expose him at this time. They all knew that he was lying to Chi Su and the rest. As for whether it was effective or not, they did not know. After all, it was so obvious. There's an eternal weapon. Although the voice was very low, Chi Su and the others still heard it. Their bodies shook, and the three of them looked at each other. At that moment, they didn't even care about Yun Nuo planet. They hurriedly rushed into the white jade staircase, as if they were really going to subdue it. This made everyone speechless. Sai low IQ. Hearing the sound of 3 people rushing through the air behind him, Yun Nuoxing could not help but shake his head. Everyone was trying hard not to laugh. Their expressions were very funny. How could they believe such an obvious lie? At this time, Ming jumped back into Yun Nuoxing's arms. She scratched his pretty face with her little hand and muttered softly, "Big brother, you're so naughty." Ming, this is called outsmarting. Big brother is trying to send those bad guys away. Do you understand? Yun Nuoxing heard her and pinched her little nose. He smiled dotingly, leaving everyone speechless. Humph, Big brother is lying. This time, Ming did not nod obediently like before. She directly turned the back of her head to him, leaving him speechless. He thought to himself, is the rebellious period coming? Screech. At this time, the little phoenix, nestled on Ming's, had opened its mouth and called out. It seemed to agree very much. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and pinched Ming's face hard. Then he took the lead and walked down the apotheosis platform. It's a pity that we didn't see the inheritance of the deity position. Following the original path back, Yun Nuoxing looked at the altar in the distance and sighed. To be honest, when it came to the apotheosis platform, the first thing that came to his mind was the inheritance of the deity position. He even had a lot of hope. Unexpectedly, there was no such thing as a deity position. The group successfully left the apotheosis platform. Looking at the crisscrossing passageways, Yun Nuoxing quickly took out the map. He used his finger to make turns on the map. Finally, for some reason, he pointed to the main hall in the center. He also avoided many places with drawings of skeletons. Let's go like this. Turn left, go straight, turn right, turn left, go straight, turn left, turn right, *CK? Everyone pointed their middle fingers at him. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and quickly led the way. At this time, Lan Xan came out of the sky piercer. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's embarrassed look, she giggled and led the way. After all, she had been to the Tana's Water Holy Temple before and knew some of the way. The complexity of the temple was far beyond everyone's imagination. Following behind Lan Xan, they passed through countless winding corridors. It felt like they were going through a maze, and they even felt a little dizzy. However, this feeling lasted for half an hour. Finally, the view in front of them widened. They rushed forward a little more and saw another huge, ancient hall inside the temple. The hall was dark blue. Countless years of time had not left a single mark on the hall. Instead, it looked like it was newly built. However, it gave off a sense of vicissitudes. The hall was very big. Standing in it, They looked like ants looking up at a big tree. In the middle of the hall, there was another dark blue altar. It emitted a faint light. Other than that, there was nothing else in the hall. There was only a group of people who came to look for treasures. Chapter 331. In the vast hall, figures stood in disorder, apart from a few lone travelers. Most of the others were well-known forces. They had been here for a long time. It seemed that their goal was quite clear. As soon as they entered the Tana's water god temple, they went straight here. Qinghai Palace, Water Fairy Palace, Qi family small team, and even Hua family? 5 of the 8 families are here. Yuan, she scanned the scene and pointed out the forces one by one. When he saw a group of people in yellow on the far right, he was stunned. Hua family. Yun Nuoxing also looked over. He also knew about this family, but it was limited to knowing, and he didn't know much about it. If Yu family had not appeared in the world for 1,000,000 years, then Hua family and the other 3 families were completely hidden families. Moreover, there were many forces in the realm of the gods that were related to intelligence. Even so, they didn't dig up much information about the 4 families. They didn't even know what elements the 4 families mainly cultivated or which divine god they had. When Yun Nuoxing's group entered the large hall, they naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Immediately, numerous wary and hostile gazes were shot over. When they saw that there were so many people present, their expressions changed in an extremely interesting manner. With regards to these gazes, Yun Nuoxing did not pay much attention to them. His gaze swept around the hall and suddenly felt an icy cold gaze directed at him. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze over, stopping at the place where the icy cold gaze was directed at. The owner of the cold gaze was a man in a gray robe. His hands were behind his back, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His skin was bronze, his face was sharp, and his eyebrows were long. He looked very heroic. That's the young master of Qi family, Qi Haoyu. Be careful of him. Although the divine sons and divine daughters of several ancient families have never appeared in the world, their cultivation is not weak. I guess he already has the strength of a half-demon, and he definitely has a divine weapon on him. As for why, little boy, you know. Yuan Qian whispered in his ear, almost inaudible. Qi Haoyu. Yun Nuoxing heard this and murmured coldly. Qi Haoyu had once said that he would kill him. For this reason, Qing Xian, the divine son of Qinghai Palace, was also looking for him and inadvertently exchanged pointers with him, although the latter did not know his identity at that time. At this time, a man in green stood quietly beside Qi Haoyu. His light green eyes followed the latter to Yun Nuoxing and then to the former. He asked, Brother Qi, is that the divine physique of receiving souls? It's him. If he makes a move later, don't show any mercy. Qi Haoyu nodded and smiled coldly. Qing Xian heard this and looked at Yun Nuoxing in surprise. Then, she looked at Yuan Shi and Xian beside him. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yun Nuoxing. After a while, she suddenly understood. She chuckled and said, I've fought with him before. He's very strong. What? Hearing this, Qi Haoyu and the others looked at her and asked in surprise, You fought with him before? Qing Xian nodded and recounted what happened in the Jiao Dragon Palace. Of course, he did not forget about the peaceful exchange of pointers. His voice was flat and indifferent, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. It's only the 3rd layer of the immortal step. Killing him won't be difficult. Qi Haoyu licked his lips and sneered. As the young master of the Qi family, it could be said that he had inherited most of the family's secret techniques. His cultivation was at the half-demon level. Few people at the same level could match him. Moreover, he had a divine level magic tool given to him by the family's experts. Killing a 3rd layer immortal step expert was just a matter of moving his hands. Unfortunately, Yun Nuoxing had too many things on him. Moreover, his physique had been transformed by Xianyin, and he was protected by many divine items. He could not be considered a 3rd layer immortal step expert at all. Even if it was a surprise attack, it would be difficult. Yun Nuashing naturally did not know what he was thinking. If he did, he might have directly stabbed him with his sword to avoid causing trouble for himself later. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qing Xian led the group into the main hall. He stopped a little further away from the center of the hall and looked at the dark blue altar. After entering the main hall, Yun Nuashing discovered that the altar towering on the stone platform was surrounded by a faint circle of energy. It was obviously protected by a barrier. At the center of the altar was a similarly dark blue ball of light that emitted astonishing energy fluctuations. However, it was blocked by the energy barrier. The origin of water. Seeing the head-sized dark blue ball of light, Yun Nuashing and Zian immediately became excited. They smiled at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Xing Xing, the origin of water is calling for me. Mei Mao looked at the dark blue ball of light on the altar. Zian said softly, "Originally, this feeling should have been very clear. Moreover, if the origin of water sensed Zian, it should have directly flown over. However, when it arrived here, the barrier had not opened. Now it was trapped inside. Many of the people present were probably here for the water origin. After all, the essence of the water origin was a ball of spiritual water elements. If they could subdue and refine it, they would definitely have the purest form of water elements in their bodies. Moreover, there would not be a trace of backlash. However, since the origin of water had its own spiritual nature, it would definitely choose to avoid calamity. Previously, when the origin of earth saw Yun Nuashing, it also hesitated and did not go forward. It should be a little difficult to capture it. Moreover, now that the main character was here, the chances of others catching it were greatly reduced. This barrier is getting weaker and weaker. Soon, it will completely disappear. We came at the right time. The Water God King looked at the array and nodded. Other than specializing in the water element, the Water God Temple was also involved in the study of arrays. In fact, it should be said that they were very knowledgeable. Moreover, they were one of the few major powers in the realm of the gods that specialized in arrays. The disciples of the Water God Temple were all good at making arrays. Little girl, I will catch you later and use your origin energy to capture the origin of water. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at everyone present. She smiled faintly. Little boy, do you need help? Yuan Qian heard and giggled. She rubbed her fists and asked, as if she was ready to fight. There's no need for that. Senior God King, protect them well later. I'll bring Yan up for a walk. Yun Nuashing shook his head. The last part of his sentence was naturally for the God King of Gold. All right. However, you really don't need help? Jin Jinwang nodded. He came here because he was worried about Yun Nuashing. Of course, it is not impossible for you to kill everyone here. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and said something that made everyone speechless. Everyone. However, they were not too worried. Yun Nuashing was equipped with treasures. She could even kill the Emperor of the Underworld. Presumably, these small fries would not cause her any harm. Moreover, she had the Shenlong Zither, a godhead weapon. Even if they were worried, it would be useless. Thinking of this, they were relieved. They only needed to protect their own people. When it came to snatching, no one here was faster than the light element. Big brother, why don't you go and help? At this moment, Lei Ming suddenly patted Yao Hua and said something that made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. No need. Cocky farts will only get in the way. It will be more convenient for two people to move. As expected, before Yao Hua could react, Yun Nuashing said something indifferently. Everyone chuckled. It seemed that the relationship between these two fellows was really not good. Little brother Xingxing, I was wrong, okay. Yao Hua wanted to cry. Yun Nuashing was all smiles to everyone. She was as warm as the spring breeze in March. Only in front of him, she became cold. Yao Hua felt as if he was facing an ice field. How can you call me Xingxing? Moreover, who is your little brother? Why don't we spar? Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and said with a faint smile, "I was wrong." Yao Hua shuddered and hurriedly took 2 steps back. What kind of joke was this? Once Ling Hong's sword was out, even the Divine King and the rest would have to retreat 3 feet. Wasn't he purely courting death? He would sh*t in less than 3 seconds. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention the divine weapon. Yao Hua's light element had not reached the purest level yet. Just in terms of elements, he was a little inferior to Yun Nuashing. Although both of them did not focus on flexibility and were fast enough to crash into walls, Yun Nuashing was faster and consumed less energy at the same speed. It was naturally much easier to fight against Yun Nuashing. That altar is very mysterious. It is a teleportation array. Yun Nuashing quietly opened her evil spirit eye and looked at the blue altar. She narrowed her eyes. She could see hundreds, or even thousands of very complicated arrays operating in the altar. Moreover, there were arrays with coordinates. It seemed to lead somewhere. She didn't know if it was the same as the blue array at the altar of gods. Legend has it that the Tana's water god temple is guarding something. However, I have not seen anything special since I came in. It can't be inside, right? Hearing her say this, Qin Feng suddenly frowned and muttered while stroking his beard, "What is it guarding?" Yun Nuashing heard and asked curiously. He was not the only one who was puzzled. Even the Divine King and the others were not sure. They quickly pricked up their ears. Sigh, this old man accidentally saw it in a tattered ancient book. It must be something left behind from the mythological era. The writing was very vague and there were many places that could not be seen clearly. I also could not understand the words. The divine will that was left behind is about to be obliterated. Qin Feng sighed and thought for a while before slowly saying, "Legend has it that there is a treasure in the Tana's water god temple. It is used to guard something, and this treasure cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, there will be danger. It is said that it can affect the entire realm of the gods." Affect the entire realm of the gods. Everyone swallowed their saliva. What kind of thing was this? It could actually affect the whole thing. This supreme treasure had a great origin. It might be something left behind by a deity or a deity of a higher level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a great effect. Everyone shook their heads. If this treasure was real and could affect the entire realm of the gods, then it definitely could not be taken away casually. Naturally, they could not place their thoughts on it. While waiting for the seal to disappear, there were constantly experts and forces that rushed over. As the number of experts increased, the atmosphere in the main hall became more subtle and tense. Everyone knew that this place might turn into a cruel battlefield in a moment. Under this heavy atmosphere, some of the forces that were slightly related or people that were on good terms with them began to secretly gather. In such a chaotic place, if one acted alone, he might not even know how he died, let alone snatching the water origin. However, every batch of people that came in would tremble and retreat far away when they saw how big Yun Nuashing's group was. Therefore, there was not a single person within 100 meters of them. This made them feel a little helpless. Why aren't Chi Su and the other 2 old fogies here yet? Yun Nuashing looked at the 3 Netherworld kings from the Qi family who had yet to appear and could not help but knit his brows. Could it be that they had discovered something at the conferred god stage? However, just as he muttered in his heart, a furious voice suddenly rang out from behind him, after which it turned into an ear-piercing sound wave that resounded in the main hall. "Damned bastard! Hand over your life to this old man." Hearing this somewhat familiar angry voice, Yun Nuashing's eyes were quickly covered in ice. The killing intent in his heart rose to the peak for the first time. "Chi Su, that old fogey, you're finally here." Chapter 332. The sharp sound wave spread in the huge hall, causing many experts' expressions to change slightly. They could feel the powerful strength of the owner of the voice. While everyone was bewildered, the sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded outside the hall. After that, a three-colored energy whistled in from outside the hall before converging at the center of the hall. When the energy dissipated, three figures were revealed. They were dressed in gray robes, and their identities were obvious. Yun Nuashing looked at the sky as the cold smile on his handsome face slowly faded away. The person at the front was wearing a tattered gray robe, and his hair was disheveled. There were a few obvious wounds on his body that were dripping with blood. A cold and vicious expression hung on his miserable face. That appearance was clearly Chi-Su. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered quite serious injuries. "Bastard, I will kill you today." Seeing that Yun Nuashing was indifferent and didn't even look at him, his face instantly turned pale and his eyes turned blood-red. He had just entered the world of the white jade staircase and saw a palace. But before he could enter, he was sliced 80% by an inexplicable restriction. After entering, he was tormented by the pile of stacked formations at the entrance. Moreover, he circled around the palace, but he didn't see anything. He immediately understood that he had been fooled. How did this brat offend the Chi family? Looking at Chi-Su's angry look, he is most likely dead. Could it be that this guy is the spiritual divine body? The brat with the divine physique, who is in a deadlock with the Chi family? No wonder. I heard that Chi-Su was crippled the last time. This brat is not simple. In the great hall, as soon as Chi-Su's voice fell, many discussions broke out. Numerous gazes looked at Yun Nua planet, and an inexplicable feeling rose in their eyes. Moreover, many of them had greedy gazes as they stared at him as if they were staring at a piece of treasure. Haha! Yun Nuashing laughed faintly and ignored him. His eyes swept past the two people beside him and fixed on the altar. Chi-Su's anger grew even stronger when he saw Yun Nuashing's cold and arrogant look. Chi-Su shouted angrily. He did not care about the gazes of everyone in the hall. His body shook and turned into a black shadow, dashing toward Yun Nuashing. A vast energy pressure rushed toward him, and three elements rose from his body. Chi-Yu is not here, and you are still acting fierce. Seeing Chi-Su dashing toward him, Yun Nuashing sneered. The netherworld ruin sword appeared in his hand, and the purple night flame gushed out and wrapped around the sword. He raised it above his head and looked like he was about to slash it. As soon as the dark ruined sword and the purple night flame appeared, the temperature in the hall suddenly rose. Waves of destructive waves spread out from the dark ruined sword, and Chi-Su's figure was nailed in the air with a bang. Under the influence of the waves, he regained some of his sanity. Back then, even someone as strong as Chi-Yu had one of his arms broken by this sword, and it took him half a year to recover. If he went up, he might just be sending himself to death. He was not arrogant enough to think that he was stronger than the latter. This brat has too many experts around him. The eternal weapon is probably not a deterrent to them. Just Jin Wang and the others alone would require my full strength to deal with them. Chi-Su's eyes flickered. After a while, he could only swallow his anger. He glared at Yun Nuashing viciously and said coldly, "I will deal with you after the matter with the Divine Hall is over." Oh! Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. He twirled the netherworld ruined sword in his hand and said, "Why don't I deal with you first, so that you won't cause me any trouble later?" As soon as he finished laughing, the faces of the people in the hall changed. They quickly retreated to the edge of the hall and looked at each other, afraid that the battle between the two would implicate them. "Wait, don't be so agitated, lest you destroy the altar." At this time, Jin Wang quickly stopped Yun Nuashing. He was the closest to Yun Nuashing, and he knew how terrifying this sword was. Even if the Chi family's eternal weapon came, it might not be able to suppress it. If they really fought, the Divine Hall would be destroyed, and most of the people would be buried here. All right. Seeing that Jin Wang had stopped him, Yun Nuashing could only sigh. He also knew that this was not the right time to start a war. It wouldn't be too late to teach this old dog a lesson after they took back the water origin. The Netherworld Ruin's sword could even kill Chiyu, so killing a Netherworld king would be a piece of cake. As for the eternal weapon, the Chi family had it, but so did the Divine King. Chi-Su's old face twitched vigorously. He was a noble Netherworld king expert, yet he was being called an old dog by Yun Nuashing. Even a saint wouldn't be able to take it. Helpless, he could only restrain his killing intent now, in case Yun Nuashing suddenly launched an attack in the next moment. If that happened, he would be directly struck by a sword, and it would really be tragic. Chi-Su flung his sleeves angrily, glared at Yun Nuashing, and returned to the group of people from the Chi family. This made the people in the Divine Hall look at Yun Nuashing in a different light. They didn't expect him to be able to force a famous expert to retreat. This guy seems to have a lot of resentment in his heart. He might affect us at a critical moment. The experts of the Netherworld King aren't that easy to deal with. The beautiful woman muttered. It's okay. If we can kill him the first time, we can kill him the second time. Besides, don't you think it's a little strange? In such a big divine hall, there's only the water origin and an altar. I think the main show will be inside the altar, not here. Yun Nuashing shrugged nonchalantly and continued. Furthermore, although the origin of water can allow one to add pure water elemental essence without any hindrance, none of the people present here are weak. Some of the gods have already condensed 2 or 3 types of elemental essence. Perhaps they don't care about this anymore. Perhaps the pressure later will be abnormally low. Are you saying that the god-level experts won't make a move? Jin Wang was stunned and said, It's just a guess. If it were you, Divine King, would you make a move to snatch the water origin? Yun Nuashing smiled and said. Everyone was stunned and thought for a moment. Then they shook their heads. Although the water origin was precious and could allow one to add another element, it didn't seem to have much of an effect if one didn't really need it. After all, in terms of attack power, it definitely wasn't as high as the lightning, fire, and light elements. It also didn't have much of an effect on speed. If there was any change, it would only have an additional healing ability. In a battle, it wouldn't be very useful because one could also use energy to heal their injuries. The water origin could only increase their speed. With such a choice, most people would still choose a very important element as their second element. For example, the light element, which was extremely fast, or the lightning or fire element, which was strong in attack. Yeah, that's it. Seeing them shake their heads, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. There aren't any treasures in the hall, so everyone should save some energy later. Who knows? There might be a lot of treasures after being teleported from the altar to a treasure ground. Numerous hurried figures continuously flew in from outside of the large hall. Gradually, as the number of people increased, the atmosphere within the large hall had already fallen to the freezing point. It was unusually oppressive, causing quite a number of people to have cold sweat on their foreheads. The various kinds of energy within their bodies had already accumulated and were ready to be unleashed. However, it was just as Yun Nuashing had guessed. Those high-level experts did not make the slightest move. Their faces were as calm as water, and nothing could be seen. The energy within their bodies also did not whiz and circulate. Yun Nuashing, who was bored and had nothing to do, opened his evil spirit eye and looked at the gorgeous, colorful picture. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the blue altar. He was slightly stunned, blinked his eyes, and let out a soft cry of surprise. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him curiously and asked. That altar seems a little familiar. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and stared hard at the blue altar. He racked his brains but couldn't think of anything. However, he felt that he had seen it somewhere before. It looks a little like the star map that Xianing gave you. Take it out and take a look. Ziyi suddenly said. Yun Nuashing was stunned. After looking at it for a while, he realized that it really did look a little similar, except for the 8 curved spikes. Hence, he hurriedly took out the incomplete star map. The star map altar was the size of a wash basin. It was entirely blue, and the flawless color made it look like it was made of sapphire. It was originally dim, but now it was emitting a weak light. The blue light shone on Yun Nuashing's excited face. This is... As soon as the light appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. When they saw that he was holding a small altar, they were stunned. However, Yun Nuashing was surrounded by everyone, so outsiders couldn't see anything. They could only see the flickering blue light. Sister gave me this. I think it's called a star map. However, it's very incomplete. I only remembered it now that I saw it. Yun Nuashing stuck out her tongue and smiled. Is that altar a fragment of this small altar? Everyone asked. It should be. You guys stay here and guard it. I'll go to the apotheosis altar and get the altar. That altar is probably a fragment of this one too. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, All right, but the barrier here is about to open. You have to hurry up. Otherwise, the battle will be over by the time you come back. Jin Jinwang nodded. He was quite assured that he would go back by himself. After all, there weren't many people who could do anything to him. However, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw that Ziyin and Yuan Qian wanted to go back no matter what. They were like two little tails, making Yun Nuashing a little speechless. They were now sticking close to her 24/7. Without any nonsense, Yun Nuashing directly urged the light element to go on a rampage in the shrine with Ziyin, Yuan Qian, and Ming. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the apotheosis altar. Before they could fall from the sky, the light element wrapped around the four of them and crashed into the towering altar like a golden comet. At the top of the altar, the white jade staircase was still there. However, there was no one there. At this moment, most people had gone to the main hall. Looking around like a thief, Yun Nuashing scanned the surroundings with his soul-probing wave. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out the star map. As expected, the star map was glowing faintly, and the blue altar that was covered in dust was also glowing faintly, as if it was resonating with something. Buzz! Suddenly, the white jade staircase disappeared, and the altar quickly shrank. In a few breaths, it became a dark blue fragment less than the size of a fingernail. Then, in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Yun Nuashing and gently sank into the star map. The latter's dim surface was also much brighter, and one could see that countless broken arrays were slowly being repaired inside. Bang! When the altar shrunk, the sky suddenly became much darker. Large areas of space collapsed and cracks appeared in the void. And from those cracks, people fell out. These people were people who didn't have time to come out of the heaven staircase world. Now that the altar had disappeared, they were forcibly expelled. Aya, run. Seeing hundreds of people fall from the sky, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. She hugged a person in each hand and hurriedly urged the light element to fly toward the exit as she heard a lot of cursing. F***CK. Why did this world suddenly collapse? F***CK. We fell. No. F***CK. I haven't finished picking the herbs yet. When Yun Nuashing and the others had just returned to the main hall, they happened to see the barrier rapidly becoming illusory. Then, a crisp sound echoed in the main hall. Bang! As the voice echoed out, a strong murderous aura spread out in an instant. Chapter 333. At this moment, it was as if a super heavy bomb had been thrown into the originally quiet main hall. The entire main hall was in an uproar. That's the water origin. Once we subdue it, we can possess the water element. Kill. I want to advance to the dual elemental domain. The barrier disappeared. The ball of blue light seemed to have sensed the tense atmosphere around it. Its spiritual radiance flickered, and it actually charged straight towards the ceiling of the main hall. Looking at its posture, it was actually trying to escape. The origin has appeared, the water origin from the Dark Age, the ancient and powerful element. Light surged violently, and screams rang out in the main hall. Then hundreds of energy explosions could be heard. Waves of powerful energy exploded, and figures turned into locusts. rushing towards the ball of blue light with all their might. When they attacked together, the ceiling of the main hall was almost sent flying. Faced with the obstruction of so many powerful figures, the water origin was not stupid. Before it came into contact with the energy, it immediately braked, turned around, and rushed towards the ground. Faced with the overwhelming energy impact, it actually turned automatically and dodged all the large hands that were flying towards it. Uft! In mid-air of the main hall, the overwhelming number of figures attacked each other, and the sound of energy explosions could be heard continuously. Then one figure after another splashed out a large amount of blood and fell from mid-air, landing heavily on the floor of the main hall. The low muffled sound made many people shudder with fear. The battle had just begun, and they were already fighting with their lives on the line. However, at this moment, not a single god made a move. They all stood quietly in their positions, staring at the altar. They ignored what was happening in the main hall and acted as if nothing had happened. Ah, it's so chaotic. Yun Nuoxing's gaze was fixed on the ball of water origin that was constantly escaping. It was jumping up and down in the main hall, but it could not escape. Every time it reached the edge, it would be locked down by dozens of energy, and it had no choice but to retreat. Lass, release the origin energy of the 5 elements body. I'll bring you around. Yun Nuoxing looked at Xian and said in a low voice, in such a chaotic situation, even if he urged the light element to the extreme, he might not be able to grasp it. If she were to guide it herself, the origin of water might be able to react. Victory or defeat would be decided in 1 second. Even if she used too much of the light element and hit the wall, it wouldn't be a problem. Xian nodded solemnly. She closed her Mei-Mao and withdrew all the immortal energy into her body. Then a rich 5-colored energy slowly flowed out of her body. Following the appearance of this energy, an invisible ripple spread out like a wave of water. In a short moment, it enveloped the entire hall. The water source energy that was flying all over the place seemed to have sensed something at this moment. It paused for a moment, causing the surrounding people to be overjoyed. They hurriedly extended their hands, intending to grab it. However, the water source energy only paused for a moment before continuing to escape. This caused the person who had failed on the verge of success to be filled with anger. He was even sent flying by a nearby person with a slap. This time, the water source energy actually flew in the direction of Xian. Its nimble figure dodged one attack after another. In just a few blinks of an eye, it was 100 feet away. Let's go! At that moment, Yun Nuoxing stomped his foot and dense light essence burst forth from his body. Like a star, it enveloped both him and Xian, causing everyone in the surroundings to hurriedly close their eyes. The light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes. Even the origin of water was stunned for a moment and stopped at that moment. Just as the light element surged out, Yun Nuoxing hugged Xian, after which the two of them transformed into a thin and long golden ray of light. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed to the front of the water essence. The latter's jade-like hand had also grabbed onto it. However, just as she was about to withdraw her hand, her pretty face suddenly changed. This was because at some unknown time, a large bronze hand had also tightly grabbed onto the other side of the water essence. I knew you would make a move. I've been on guard. Hearing this cold laughter, Yun Nuoxing looked over and discovered that the person who had made a move was actually the young master of the Qi family, Qi Haoyu. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's gaze, Qi Haoyu sneered. His right hand clenched into a fist and directly punched towards Xian's jade-like hand. From the looks of it, he clearly wanted to break Xian's arm with one punch. You're courting death. Seeing Qi Haoyu's action, Yun Nuoxing's eyes were quickly filled with coldness. A purple-black light flashed, and a sharp giant sword met Qi Haoyu's fist. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing was accompanied by a shock wave. The energy of the explosion swept over and blasted the three of them away. Even the walls of the hall were shaken and cracked. The experts in the hall were flipped over and tumbled in the air for who knows how many rounds before slowly coming to a stop. Looking at the empty space in the air, they couldn't help but gulp. Yun Nuashing's eyes were ice cold. Originally, he disdained to use the Netherworld Ruins sword to deal with this kind of small trash. However, Chi Haoyu actually didn't punch him. Instead, he punched Zian, which made him extremely angry. "Are you all right?" Yun Nuashing looked at the person in his arms. After seeing that Zian was fine, he let out a long sigh of relief and asked habitually. Zian hurriedly shook her head, but her face was a little pale. She pointed her jade-like finger at Chi Haoyu and said, "The water origin was taken away by him." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing hurriedly turned his head and found that Chi Haoyu was holding a dark blue ball of light in his palm. He was holding 2 4-foot-long truncheons in his hands. Streaks of gray energy were surging through the truncheons to the water origin, trying to imprison it. "Hee, the winner this time is me." Seeing Yun Nuashing look over, Chi Haoyu laughed coldly. Many experts also stopped at this moment. Although they coveted the water origin, they couldn't offend the Chi family for this. Although the treasure was good, they still needed to be alive to enjoy it. What should we do? Zian's water origin has been taken away. Behind them, the onlookers were a little anxious when they saw this scene. Mu Ling and the others hurriedly asked. "Suppressed." Yun Nuashing fiercely ground his teeth and sent Zian back to Jin Jinwang and the others. When he heard this question, he directly said coldly. He was determined to get Zian's water origin and would not allow anyone to taint it. "I'm determined to get the water origin. Anyone who dares to touch it will die." Yun Nuashing roared and held the Netherworld Ruin sword. With a flash of light, he rushed straight towards Chi Haoyu, who was still suppressing the water origin. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the ladder and slashed with the Netherworld Ruin sword without any fancy moves. This almost teleportation speed made everyone's expression change. Who could block such extreme speed? "Hey!" Chi Haoyu sneered and hit the Netherworld Ruin sword with the 2 truncheons in his hand. Clang! The Netherworld Ruin sword landed heavily on the truncheons, bringing with it a crisp sound of metal. A shock wave directly made the people in the hall turn a few rounds, their hair disheveled, and they looked very embarrassed. Half-complete eternal weapon. Seeing that the truncheons were not shattered, Jin Jinwang and the others' expressions changed slightly. The low voice made everyone's expression sink. Although it was only a half-complete eternal weapon, it was already very terrifying. It was the most terrifying weapon under the eternal weapon. "I don't care if it's half-complete or full-complete. Crush it for me." Yun Nuashing shouted coldly. The pattern on his back flashed, and the 2-meter-long lunar platform directly appeared and slammed towards Chi Haoyu. This weapon made of lunar ice crystal had reached the level of eternal weapon. It was easy to deal with the truncheons. "Haoyu, come back. Don't fight him head-on." The moment they saw the lunar platform, the faces of Chi Su and the others suddenly changed, and they hurriedly shouted. Chi Wen had already turned into a black shadow and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he came to Chi Haoyu's side. A 10-meter-long sword appeared in his hand, and a terrifying pressure suddenly emerged. Eternal weapon! Chi Huang, sword of the Chi family. Feeling the energy contained in the long sword, everyone in the hall changed their expressions drastically. The sharp cry made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Bang! And when the Chi Emperor sword appeared, the lunar platform also emitted a terrifying pressure. The 2 weapons were facing each other, and the formless pressure made some people unable to bear it and directly kneel on the ground, causing several cracks to appear on the ground. Is this a duel between eternal weapons? The northern wilderness will be shattered. Since ancient times, the duel between eternal weapons has always been held in the star field. If the eternal weapons collide on the ground, the whole area will collapse. These guys are crazy. At this moment, Everyone had the idea to slip away immediately. If they stayed in the center of this storm, they would really be shattered. How many eternal weapons are there? We are not afraid of you. At this time, Jin Wang smiled faintly, holding the golden bottle in his hand, and walked to Yun Nuoxing's side. Elder Yu Qing also stopped on the left of Yun Nuoxing with a white longbow. Yuan Qian's third uncle took out a platinum dragon head mirror. The pressure of the 4 eternal weapons rushed toward Qi Wen and the others. The pressure of the Qi Huang sword was directly shattered, and the 2 of them staggered back a few hundred meters. They stared gloomily at the former and the others. Beside Yun Nuoxing, Qing Feng also held the lapis lazuli pagoda and stared at Qi Wen and the others maliciously. Everyone was so frightened that they swallowed their tongues. Good heavens! 6 eternal weapons appeared all of a sudden. Are they trying to sink the divine land? The golden vase of the golden temple, the immortal bow of the Yu family, the eternal star mirror of the Yuan family, and a platform and pagoda. They are all eternal weapons made of special 12th level materials. At this moment, Qi Wen simply wanted to slap his own mouth. He regretted jumping in. It was supposed to be a matter between 2 juniors, but in the end he had jumped in and provoked 5 eternal weapons. Mother asterisk her, if they were to attack together, he wouldn't even know how he died. Beside Qi Wen, Qi Haoyu was also pale with fright. It was a great pleasure to be stared at by 5 eternal weapons. If it were not for the 2 maces in his hands, he would not be able to bear it and would have knelt down at this moment. Hand over the origin of water, or stay here forever. Yun Nuoxing held the Nether Void's sword in his hand as the lunar altar floated in front of him. He took a step forward, and an extremely cold aura swept towards Qi Wen and Yun Nuoxing like a storm. His cold voice made Qi Wen shiver. At this point, there was no room for negotiation. Qi Wen knew that if they were determined not to hand over the origin of water, the 5 eternal weapons would kill them in an instant. Even if the gods came, they would die. Qi Haoyu also knew the pros and cons of this. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with an unwilling gaze. He thought that he could suppress him this time, but he did not expect to be severely suppressed. However, at this time, he could not delay too much. He was really afraid that Yun Nuoxing's nerves would be disturbed and he would be severely injured. Here you are. With an unwilling roar, Qi Haoyu put away the 2 gray maces and released the origin of water. The latter, as if frightened, hurriedly broke free. A dark blue light rose, causing everyone's eyes to turn blood red. Humph! However, just as some of them were getting greedy, a cold snort resounded in the air. Immediately, these people felt a chill in their hearts. Their bodies trembled, and they hurriedly withdrew their greed. Trying to snatch the water origin source while being attacked by 5 eternal weapons was a matter of certain death. After intimidating these guys who were ready to make a move, Yun Nuoxing stared at the water origin and watched it fly straight towards Ian. After that, it plunged into the latter's delicate body. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. 5 elements, however, just as Yun Nuoxing and the others were about to go back, Qi Wen's gloomy eyes fell straight on Xian, who was wrapped in the origin of water. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and opened his mouth to spit out 2 words. Mother asterisk cur. You old bastard, you really talk a lot of nonsense. Hearing these 2 words, Yun Nuoxing had a bad feeling in his heart. At the same time, he wanted to slap Qi Wen to death, then dig up his grave and curse at his corpse. Don't you King know that the more you know, the faster you die? And just as Yun Nuoxing's voice fell, the Nether Void's sword flashed with a purplish-black light. Purple night flames filled the entire sword, and a sword ray blasted out along with Yun Nuoxing's slash. Nether Void firmament slash. With a violent roar, a huge, purplish-black sword ray burst out from the sword. The monstrous energy shattered a large part of the hall, and then rushed fiercely toward Qi Wen and Yun Nuoxing, who were caught off guard. Boom! The unparalleled sword ray turned into a purplish-black star. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes. The violent wind pressure slammed everyone against the wall like flattened shrimp. Under the great pressure, the entire Tanis water god temple rumbled. A sword ray rushed out from the depths of the temple and quickly expanded to a size of 1,000,000 feet. Then 1,000,000 feet. A large area of space shook and cracked. The sword ray cut the entire water body into an arc, forming 2 waterfalls. The sound of water splashing could be heard incessantly. After the storm stopped, everyone opened their eyes in fear and trepidation. Looking at the huge hole in the temple, they were so scared that they knelt on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. However, Chi Haoyu and Qi Wen were no longer in the gap. Jin Jinwang and the others could not help but tremble slightly. The sword ray just now seemed like it could split heaven and earth. The peerless sword Qi even made all the eternal weapons malfunction in an instant. A weapon that can even interfere with eternal weapons. What is the origin of this sword? Yu Qing and the others looked at the nether void sword with lingering fear and couldn't help but murmur. Looking at the hole, Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and carried the nether void sword on his shoulder. He sneered. They didn't die even like this. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard this. They quickly looked in his direction. Could it be that Qi Wen and Chi Haoyu could survive this peerless sword chi? Moreover, wasn't there a problem with the water body? Splash. Outside the temple, the sound of water suddenly rang out. Then, everyone saw 2 figures float up from the water. Qi Wen looked at Yun Nuo with a face full of fear and horror. She hurriedly flew to the side with the unconscious Chi Haoyu. The Qi Emperor sword in Qi Wen's hand was covered with a layer of dim energy barrier that constantly emitted gray qi, protecting the 2 of them. There were many hideous wounds on their bodies, with a layer of purplish-black energy floating around them. Some of the wounds had even been charred. It seemed that even with the protection of the Qi Emperor sword, they had still suffered serious injuries. Haha, old man, you talk the most. I want to collect some information consultation fee. Seeing the 2 of them in such a sorry state, while the people of the Qi family were not paying attention, the light elements on the surface of the Yun Nuo planet boiled. His figure flashed, but in an instant he rushed to Qi Wen's side. Then he reached out and pointed at his forehead, pulling out that memory. He clenched his fist and erased it. At the same time, he grabbed the 2 maces in Qi Haoyu's hand and stored them into the divine body before returning to the gold divine king's side. Bastard! In the blink of an eye, Yun Nuoxing had deleted his memory and taken away the half-formed eternal weapon. Qi Wen was in a trance for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he could not remember why he was so shocked just now. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Huff, huff! Qi Wen panted like a cow. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he looked at Yun Nuoxing. Putting aside his memory, losing a half-formed eternal weapon was also a pain to the Qi family. However, just as his murderous intent swelled to the extreme, for cold gazes suddenly swept over him, causing the murderous intent in his heart to melt instantly. He turned his gaze and saw Jin Jinwang and the other 3 holding eternal weapons, staring coldly at him. The corners of Qi Wen's mouth twitched as he regained some consciousness. He quickly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. He knew that if he had dared to attack Yun Nuoxing just now, the 5 eternal weapons would have suppressed him instantly. Therefore, he could only stare at him helplessly. The anger in his heart could not be vented or dissipated. Brat, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of what it means to beg for death. Qi Wen's sinister voice quietly rang out as he looked at Yun Nuoxing with resentment. Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows as a venomous voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. He tilted his head to look at Qi Wen as a demonic smile surfaced on his face. After which, under the attention of countless gazes, he extended his right hand and slowly raised his slender middle finger towards Chiwen. If you continue to grumble, I will take away the Qi Emperor sword. As soon as he raised his middle finger, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and transmitted his voice. Yun Nuoxing's hand gesture, in addition to the faint disdain, directly caused Qi Wen's face to instantly turn green. The flames of fury accumulated in his chest, unable to be spat out. In the end, his face directly turned red, and a mouthful of bright red fresh blood was spat out in front of everyone's stunned gazes. Chapter 334. Qi Wen spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered 2 steps back and crashed into a horizontal pillar. The raging flames and the lack of oxygen caused his blood to rush to his brain, and he fainted. Yun Nuoxing slowly withdrew his middle finger and smiled faintly. Although the spiritual divine body could accept anything, he would not be able to accept the Qi Emperor sword of Qi when resisted forcefully. Unlike the lunar platform, there was no one controlling it. The wisp of consciousness that belonged to the weapon would automatically submit to him. He only said this to annoy Qi Wen. On the side, Qi Su and the others who were buried in the ruins got up in a sorry state. When they saw the unconscious Qi Wen and Qi Haoyu, they quickly rushed over and shouted, "Fourth brother! Haoyu!" He placed his palm on the two's pulse and sensed for a while. When he found that they were still alive, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this important combat force and the young master died, it would be an immeasurable loss to the Qi family. Spiritual divine body, how dare you? My Qi family will remember this, and I'll settle this with you one by one in the future. Although he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 of them were still alive, Qi Su lost control of himself and roared at Yun Nuoxing. He had completely fallen into Yun Nuoxing's hands and even lost a half of his eternal weapon. Hee, let's talk about this after we've recovered. It's not too late to take this matter slowly. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and waved his hand. He grinned widely, revealing his big white teeth. Qi Su was so angry that he almost followed in Qi Wen's footsteps. Humph! I hope you still have the courage to do this when my Qi family besiege you, Qi Su said coldly. He knew that it was useless to stay any longer. After all, half of his Qi family had been crippled, and the other party had 5 eternal weapons. How could they fight? No matter how many people went up, they would only be delivering their heads. If they stayed any longer, they would only be asking for a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Su directly tore open a scroll of array diagram. A silver-blue teleportation gate appeared and swallowed the few of them in one gulp before disappearing on the spot. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly when she saw the Qi family retreat in defeat. Then, her gaze suddenly wavered twice. Her gorgeous light purple hair quickly turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her body also swayed twice. "Are you all right?" Seeing Yun Nuoxing's weak appearance, Jin Jinwang quickly supported him. He frowned, transferred some energy to him, and asked worriedly. Although Yun Nuoxing had a lot of treasures on him, most of them could only be activated once. After an extreme attack, he would fall into a state of exhaustion. If there was no one beside him, he would suffer. In this state, basically anyone could take care of him. "I'm a little tired." Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. Just as he thought, the attack just now had gathered almost all the energy in his body. Even his soul power was showing signs of exhaustion. It seems like the Netherworld Ruins sword can't unleash its strongest attack in the future. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly when he felt that his energy was gradually replenishing. At this moment, he was relying on the people beside him who could take care of him. He didn't have to worry about the situation when he was exhausted. If it was any other situation, he would probably be a sitting duck. The beautiful lady sighed and touched Yun Nuoxing's head with her slender hand. She couldn't help but chide him. Your level is not high enough. Activating the divine weapon now is tantamount to courting death. If we were not around, have you thought about the consequences? Although there are many divine weapons, don't completely rely on them. It's better to walk your own path. The Water God King and the others came over and lectured him. Yes, yes. Yun Nuashing hurriedly nodded. He knew that the God Kings were doing it for his own good. He also knew that he couldn't completely rely on the divine weapons and the Netherworld Ruin Sword. However, the enemies he encountered along the way were many levels higher than him. He really couldn't deal with them without the divine weapons. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Just Ling Hongjian alone was enough for him to suffer. Fortunately, the people of the world didn't know about him. If they knew that he was a moving armory, they would probably go crazy. Girl, are you all right? After being lectured by the God Kings for a long time, Yun Nuashing left with a dry smile. He hurriedly moved to Xian's side and patted her head with a smile. Yes. Xian smiled sweetly and gently raised her hand. With a thought, 2 head-sized balls of energy began to revolve gently on her palm. They were extremely intelligent, which made everyone click their tongues in wonder. This the 5 elements body is damaged? The God Kings were stunned when they saw this, and they asked in an inaudible voice. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he heard that. His smile stiffened, and he hurriedly looked at Xian. When he saw her gently nod, he let out a sigh of relief and explained. No wonder. The 5 elements body's origin has been lost. However, it's still very troublesome to collect it. Everyone sighed in pity when they saw Xian gently biting her lip. Yuan Chen and the others couldn't help but ask, Little boy, is this why you want to enter the forbidden area? Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded and gently patted Xian's head with his palm. He smiled gently and said, There was once a person who saved my life and then foolishly followed me on my journey. I swore to help her recover her constitution. Even if the journey is dangerous and I have a slim chance of survival, I won't refuse. Hearing this, everyone sighed and then nodded their heads. Just this thought alone made them speechless. Receiving a favor from others. Returning a favor was a matter of course. However, this favor still made them worried. How could a place like the Forbidden Area be so easy to come and go as and when they wanted to? All right, I'm not that weak. No matter what, I'm still a dignified, spiritual, godly body. I have a pile of divine artifacts on me. Even if I smash a few forbidden areas, I'll still be fine. Yun Nuashing chuckled when he saw everyone's worried expression. He spoke with a bit of arrogance and laziness. All right, we know you're powerful. You don't have to say any more. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and said. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands and looked at the altar. He said, Let's take a walk inside. Now, it could be said that one party was the dominant force and no one could compete with them. Even the Qi family had retreated. No one present uttered a word. They just stared at the large group of people. After the incident just now, everyone knew how powerful the divine body was. That group of people might have 7 or 8 eternal weapons. Who could compete with them? Everyone nodded. Yun Nuashing smiled and took the lead to descend. He then waved to the crowd and stepped into the altar. The crowd also swarmed in. The onlookers looked at each other and gritted their teeth. In the end, they couldn't resist the desire in their hearts and followed in. In an instant, the dilapidated hall became empty. There was an endless grassland here. The hills rose and fell in the distance. In this lush green world, the sun seemed a little warm. A few lazy clouds drifted slowly in the sky. The smooth lake water reflected the white clouds in the sky like a mirror. When the wind blew, blue and green waves spread into the distance. Suddenly, a huge hole opened in the space beside the lake. As soon as the silver-blue passage stabilized, a group of people came out in a line. They stood together in this place, a little stunned. A world of its own. A plane? What happened to the divine treasures? This. As soon as everyone came out of the passage, voices of discussion rang out one after another. There was a little doubt in the voices. Little Xingxing, what a tall pillar. Ziyan pulled Yun Nuashing's hand and pointed at the center of the lake. Her charming voice was filled with shock, causing everyone to be stunned. Then they hurriedly looked over, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. A huge pillar, tens of thousands of feet long and wide, stood in the center of the lake. It towered into the clouds as if it was supporting the heavens and the earth. An ancient and desolate aura seeped into everyone's soul. Everyone gulped when they sensed that this aura was even more powerful than an eternal divine weapon. Cold sweat silently dripped from their foreheads. The pillar of creation, Yun Nuashing and the other divine kings couldn't help but murmur when they saw the huge pillar. A chill slowly emerged from their hearts. Divine kings, do you recognize this pillar? Yun Nuashing could not help but ask when he heard Jin Jinwang and company mention the pillar's name. He had seen the pillar of creation once before. Back in Fire Cloud Palace, the divine radiance mirror was open to repair the gigantic pillar. Back then, the Fire Cloud Palace's Grand Elder had mentioned it. If something were to happen to the pillar of creation, it might collapse the entire Zenith River region. Jin Jinwang sighed and nodded. The way he looked at the pillar of creation turned increasingly odd. Moments later, he said, "This pillar of creation is controlled by each of the 9 temples. They guard 9 different locations in the divine continent. It was jointly established by the patriarch and an old friend." Should I say they jointly established it, sealed it, or repaired it together? I'm not too sure either. Yun Nuashing was taken aback. He never expected it to be so vague. We're not too sure either. This pillar of creation has existed for a very, very long time. There's no detailed information about it. Jin Jinwang sighed as he looked at the towering pillar in front of him. However, we can now confirm that the patriarch and the rest are likely protecting this pillar of creation. After all, the Tana's Water God Temple is something left behind from the mythological era. If it existed back then, the patriarch and the rest would probably be in charge of guarding it, right? What's the use of this pillar of creation? Yun Nuashing was getting more and more curious. Back then he had seen only one, but he did not expect that there were 9 in the divine land. Moreover, there was one here. He really did not know who built it, nor did he know why it was built. I'm not too sure. It's said that it's used to guard something. I'm not too sure about the details. Jin Jinwang shook his head. When everyone heard that, the way they looked at the pillar immediately turned odd. No one present acted rashly. According to Jin Jinwang and company, the pillar was related to the existence of a region. It was unlikely to be touched casually or there would be a calamity. Back when I was in Fire Cloud Palace, I repaired a pillar of creation. Then there shouldn't be any problems with this one, right? Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment before asking. No, the seal on this pillar of creation is very complete. It can be said to be perfect. After so many years, not a single energy has been depleted. There shouldn't be any need to maintain it, Jin Jinwang said. Suddenly, someone present screamed, giving everyone a fright. They hurriedly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the scream. They saw a person with a pale face and trembling body. He was pointing at the pillar of creation as though he had seen a ghost. "Elderly, what's wrong?" The person beside him hurriedly asked before following his gaze. It was unknown what he saw. That pillar, that pillar, that pillar. There's someone on that pillar. The person addressed as elderly shuddered as he spoke with great difficulty. It gave everyone present a fright as they hurriedly looked at the pillar of creation. After searching for a while, their expressions instantly turned heavy. Tens of thousands of feet above the lake surface, they could vaguely see a figure. He was dressed in blue robes and was bound to the pillar of creation by 2 chains. His body was intact, and it was unknown if he was dead or alive. "There are still signs of life." The beautiful woman glanced at the person and muttered to herself. It made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. It had been so many years, so why was there still a living person here? Even gods couldn't cross the long span of time that spanned several eras. It's him! Suddenly Yun Nuashing shouted. After giving everyone a fright, she calmed down and shook her head. She said, "No, it's not him. However, it looks very similar, very similar." Similar to who? Where did you see him? Everyone was stunned and hurriedly asked. I saw that person in Boulder City. He looks exactly like this person. However, he has blonde hair and golden robes, while this person has blue hair and blue robes. Yun Nuashing frowned and said in a deep voice, just as the crowd was discussing animatedly, the person on the pillar of creation slowly opened his eyes. His aqua-blue eyes were filled with coldness as he stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Chapter 335. A bone-piercing chill descended from the sky as the surface of the lake froze into ice at an impressive speed. Cold air floated in the air, forming a layer of white mist. Even their hair was dyed with white frost. When the cold air entered their lungs, they felt as though they were about to freeze. This terrifying reaction immediately attracted everyone's attention. They hurriedly circulated the energy in their bodies to expel the bone-piercing chill. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked at the pair of emotionless, ice-blue eyes. They could not help but swallow their saliva. The pair of eyes looked at them as though they were insignificant. What an icy aura! Yun Nuashing and the rest stood together while Jin Jinwang and the rest stood at the very front. The aura emitted by the Jinling bottle made everyone feel a little better. Kacha! The youth in blue stared coldly at Yun Nuashing. Suddenly, he broke the two thick chains that bound him. The crisp sound spread far and wide and landed on everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, causing them to tremble violently. As the chains broke, the youth suddenly fell from the sky and slowly landed on the ice surface. In his ice-blue eyes, there was only Yun Nuashing's figure and nothing else. The youth took a step forward and gently stepped on the ice surface. His figure suddenly appeared by the lakeside and stopped in front of everyone. That bone-piercing chill rushed towards them. Even the air was showing signs of freezing. Even Yuan Qi could be frozen. Seeing him walk over, everyone suddenly shuddered and retreated 1,000 meters away. Only Yun Nuashing and the rest stood in their original spots without any movement. It was not that they did not want to leave, but that the youth's icy aura had locked onto them. It was useless to leave. The youth glanced coldly at Jin Jinwang and the rest and slowly walked over. Every time his feet landed on the ground within 10 meters would be frozen. The moisture in the air was frozen into small ice crystals and fell on the ice surface, making crisp tinkling sounds. He did not stop until he was about 10 feet away from Jin Jinwang. He looked at Yun Nuashing, and his leisurely voice drifted out gently. There was no trace of emotion, and the chill went deep into their bones. I'm looking for him, not you. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at Yun Nuashing in unison. They did not understand the relationship between this youth and Yun Nuashing. The latter was also at a loss. He had never seen him before, nor did he do anything to him. Brother, what's wrong with Nuashing? Jin Jinwang frowned. Although he could not see the youth's strength clearly, he felt that he was very terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to hand over Yun Nuashing just because of this. He still had an eternal weapon in his hand, so he was not afraid of him. Everyone also quickly pulled Yun Nuashing into the middle and surrounded her. Several eternal weapons were pointed directly at the youth. Judging from his aura, it was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. I'm looking for you, not you. The youth's faint voice was filled with infinite coldness. Every word, he said, caused the air to fluctuate a little. Everyone frowned. The Gold Divine King even took a step forward. Just as he was about to say something, he was stunned. He did not know when, but there was an icy blue energy ball that was 3,000 meters in size in the sky, and the youth had disappeared without a trace, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Little star is gone. At this moment, Ziyan, who had been tightly holding on to Yun Nuashing, suddenly felt that her hand had become empty causing her to hurriedly turn her head, only to discover that there was someone missing from her side at an unknown time, and her beautiful face instantly became pale. "Little boy!" Yuan Qian also cried out anxiously. The cold air had already receded, and her voice reverberated throughout the empty plains. "There are so many people watching. How could a living person disappear just like that?" Jin Jinwang's face was solemn. The golden vase in his hand became more and more dazzling. The golden brilliance made people in the distance have the urge to kneel down. The beautiful woman also looked around quickly, her bright eyes flashing with green light. When she saw the ice-blue energy ball, she was suddenly stunned and her pretty face turned pale. When she saw that everyone was about to go out and look for the youth, she could not help but sigh and say, "Don't look for him. Little Star is in there." "What?" Everyone was stunned. They quickly followed her gaze and stopped at the ice-blue energy ball. Little Star's life force is blooming inside. The beautiful woman sighed and looked puzzled. She did not understand why Yin Nuoxing ran there in the blink of an eye. Qing Feng stroked his beard and thought for a long time. Suddenly he thought of something. With a shake of his hand, he plucked a small tuft of his beard. He looked at the energy ball as if he had seen a ghost. He could not help but say a word of horror. The power of time. Only the power of time could allow him to capture that kid under our noses. When everyone heard this answer, they all gasped. The power of time could only be controlled by people who had reached the level of God. To be able to stop time and take away Yin Nuoxing, that kind of cultivation level was at least close to the level of God. At least a god who had just stepped into the level of God did not have this kind of ability. What should we do? Little Star has fallen into that person's hands. At this time, Xian could only be anxious and could not do anything. What can be done? That energy ball is a barrier. Even an eternal weapon cannot break it. What else can it do? Jin Jinwang was also anxious and looked at everyone in dismay. They were a little uneasy, fearing that Yin Nuoxing would meet with some unexpected mishap. "It's okay. Didn't we see the little boy in the prophecy? There will be no problem." Yuan Qian patted her towering breasts and said calmly. Although she said so, she was also very nervous. Everyone smiled bitterly. Prophecies were the most unreliable, but at this time they could only stare and pray that Yin Nuoxing would be able to escape safely. In the sealed space, Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes and saw a patch of icy blue. A young man in blue stood 10 meters away, staring at him with his all-like eyes. The cold air caused him to have goosebumps. A moment ago, he was looking at a grassland. The next moment, he appeared in a sealed space. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. The moment he came to his senses, his heart was filled with shock. He muttered, "The power of time?" However, when he saw this scene, he calmed down. A person of this level could probably kill him thousands of times with just a breath. Since he wanted to find him, it should not be for his life. Although he thought so, Yin Nuoxing threw out all his weapons in an instant. The lunar altar and the Xianlong zither protected him on both sides. He held the Nether Void sword and the Linghong sword in his right hand, and the 9 heavens spirit formation formed by dozens of divine weapons surrounded him. The heaven refining formation was aimed at the young man in an instant. After he was ready, Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. He frowned and looked at the young man. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "I am me." The young man stared at him. There was an inexplicable glow in his cold eyes. He muttered, "I am Yin Nuoxing." "What kind of joke is this?" Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. He roared, "If you are Yin Nuoxing, then who am I?" Although this name was revived from his memory, no one had said that this was his name. He had never confirmed it himself. Back then, when Qin Hui asked, he thought of it for a moment. However, after using it for so long, he had already regarded it as his own. Now that he heard someone call himself Yin Nuoxing, no matter how he thought about it, it felt strange. Could it be that he was using his own name? "You are you. The young man raised his head and said indifferently, "You are Yun Nuashing." When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was about to go crazy. He felt that his mind was about to be broken. He quickly asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Who are you? Who am I?" The young man sighed and said coldly, "You are you, I am me. You are Yun Nuashing, I am Yun Nuashing. Since you are me, I am you. We are one." Huh! When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the netherworld ruin sword. He could not help but look at the young man. However, he realized that he did not look like he did. Suddenly, he did not understand. They were one. What did he mean? What's going on? When Yun Nuashing did not understand anything, he could only ask Ziyi for help. "I don't know either." Ziyi sighed. To be honest, she also felt that this sentence was strange. If this young man was not crazy, then there must be some kind of connection between the two of them. However, she was more inclined to the latter. "I don't sense an aura similar to yours from him," Ziyi sighed and said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned even more. He had many doubts in his heart, but no one could solve them for him. "You have forgotten the past. You have forgotten why you are here. You have forgotten where you are going. You have forgotten why you are fighting. You have even forgotten about yourself. You are just a blank piece of paper." The young man's cold and clear voice quietly reverberated, causing Yun Nuashing to frown deeply. "Why are you here? Why are you fighting?" Yun Nuashing muttered repeatedly. After a while, he shook his head and looked at the young man, saying, "I don't know. But I know." The young man's voice was like thunder to Yun Nuashing's ears. If he did not know about himself, how could others know about him? However, the situation did not allow him to continue asking, because he saw an ice-blue spear that was longer than a person appear in the young man's hand. The tip of the spear glowed with a bone-piercing cold light. It was pointed directly at him, causing him to feel an extremely cold battle intent. Seeing the young man's actions, Yun Nuashing was stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the netherworld ruin sword. Golden energy surged out of his body, and the power of the stars enveloped him seamlessly. Starlight sparkled, making him look extremely mysterious. "Fight or die," the young man said coldly. The young man said coldly. His voice was cold and emotionless, making people wonder if his heart was made of ice. "You will has decided some things. Be sealed or see the light of day again." Yun Nuashing was stunned. He knew that the young man was powerful and could control the power of time. How could he be simple? However, he had no other choice now. He was trapped here and could not advance or retreat. What else could he do? Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing let out a hearty laugh. Light essence surged out from his body, making him look like a golden star. Then, with a flash of golden light, he brought all his weapons and rushed towards the youth with an earth-shattering momentum. His sharp weapons were fiercely smashed towards the youth. His loud laughter reverberated in the heaven and earth. "Let's fight." Chapter 336. Dozens of divine weapons covered the sky and followed Yun Nuashing as they charged towards the young man. The 9 heavens, spirit, concealment formation, and the great heaven, refining formation, shattered the energy. The vast energy and strong wind completely locked down the space and pounced on the young man like a pack of wolves. The young man was very calm. He looked at the numerous weapons that covered the sky and earth as if he couldn't see them. His gaze was fixed on Yun Nuashing. He raised his spear and waved it lightly in front of him without any fancy moves. Boom! The spear gently swept across, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The surrounding space twisted and broke inch by inch. The space actually collapsed with just a simple move. What the F***CK? The moment the wind pressure formed, Yun Nuashing clearly sensed it. His expression instantly turned serious. This casual attack was equivalent to the full power of his netherworld ruin sword. Although he had a bunch of divine weapons, he couldn't use them all at once. That would drain him completely. Buzz! The empty space started to tremble at this moment. Large amounts of black fragments fell down like broken glass. Behind the black space was a dark yellow time barrier. Seeing the space ripple rapidly, Yun Nuashing only had time to move the 9 Heavens Spirit Concealment Formation in front of him. Then, the terrifying gust of wind had already descended. Bang! The wind pressure came and went quickly. The formations shattered the moment the gust of wind arrived. The weapons beside Yin Nuashing collided with each other and were all blown away. Even Yin Nuashing spun a few rounds in the air before coming to a stop. You rely too much on external objects. The young man glanced at Yin Nuashing indifferently. His cold words didn't carry a trace of emotion, leaving the latter speechless. You say it as if I can withstand it without these. Yun Nuashing was speechless. How could he withstand it with his own strength after crossing so many levels? He wouldn't even be able to kill himself. However, he was really used to drawing his weapons now. It had basically become a conditioned reflex. At the very least, you have to learn how to use a weapon to its fullest potential. Don't just take it out like a swarm of bees and act like a clown, the young man said. Clown! Yun Nuashing's face twitched violently. She took a deep breath and put away all of her weapons, leaving only the Nether Void sword in her hand. A purplish-black light swirled around her body as she pointed the tip of her sword at the young man. She said in a low voice, As you wish. He didn't choose the lunar platform because the Nether Void sword was the divine weapon that he had owned from the very beginning. Although it was a little lower in grade than the lunar platform, it was the best divine weapon for him. Buzz. The light element brought Yun Nuashing along as it flashed through space. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the young man. The Netherruin sword drew a purplish-black arc in the air. The power contained within the sword was enough to slice space in half. The young man looked at the giant sword that was speeding towards him. He gently lifted his spear and pointed it at the Netherworld ruin sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing against metal was like the ringing of a giant bell. The sound was deafening. Before the power of the Netherworld ruin sword could explode, it was neutralized by the power of the spear. A huge force traveled through the giant sword back to Yun Nuashing's hand, causing both of his hands to go numb. Again, his hands were numb, and he almost lost his grip on the giant sword. However, he still held onto the Netherworld ruin sword with all his might. He gritted his teeth and twisted his feet in the air. His body spun in a circle, and his right hand dragged the giant sword that was as tall as him as he ruthlessly smashed it at the young man. Clang! Another giant bell rang out. The young man still only used the tip of his spear to block the giant sword that was several times larger than his spear. The majestic force rebounded onto the two of them, causing them to take a step back. Again, Yun Nuashing let out a roar. At this moment, he seemed to have let go of everything. The golden divine sword appeared in his left hand. The veins on his hands that were holding the two swords pulsed like small drums. The two swords opened and closed, spinning like a windmill. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Clang! The spear danced in the young man's hand, leaving behind afterimages. Icy blue shadows took shape and disappeared in the air. The young man accurately used the tip of his spear to block the blade of the sword each time. The 3 different colored energies were like long whips that lashed out in all directions. Your battle intent isn't bad, but it's still lacking, the young man said indifferently. The spear blocked the 2 swords at the same time. Then, with a soft roar, a powerful force surged out of the spear and struck the 2 giant swords, sending Yun Nuashing flying. Ouch! Yun Nuashing took some time to rub his numb arms. He shivered and licked his lips. With a faint smile, he transformed into a golden light and charged forward again. An ethereal aura surged out from his body. Yun Nuashing had a peaceful expression on his face. He waved his 2 swords without any distracting thoughts. His black clothes fluttered along with the hazy energy of several colors. He looked like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal world. The two swords carried layers of sword aura. Layer after layer, he slashed at the icy blue spear in a continuous manner. This sword technique was the one that was engraved in his soul. Although he didn't know what level it belonged to, it was very easy to use. His large movements contained an endless sword intent. Clang! Bang! The young man's expression remained indifferent from the beginning. There was no change in his expression at all. Even when Yun Nuashing displayed a profound sword technique, there was not much of a change in his expression. That beautiful face seemed to be frozen. Sword God technique, giant sword slash. 2,000 feet long sword auras were like two crescent moons. Accompanied by a shout, energy ripples spread throughout this sealed space. The crescent moons pounced at the young man like two ferocious wolves. The spear drew an arc. It was calm and there wasn't any energy fluctuation. However, it was this simple spear that caused ripples to appear in this extremely hard space. One spear. Facing all of Yin Nuashing's attacks, the young man responded with a single spear. His body didn't even move a single step. Bang! With a dull sound, the two sword auras shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Sword God technique, Overlord slash. Sword God technique, Million Demon God sword. Nether void, firmament, slash. Countless energy sword auras accompanied by roars shot out from the two swords as if they were free. 1,000,000 black swords with monstrous demonic aura appeared and swarmed towards the young man. At this moment, Yun Nuashing seemed to have endless energy. She circulated the soul-burning technique at full speed. She was halfway through the sword god technique. Half of her hair had turned white, but she was still slashing tirelessly. She was so passionate that she seemed like a crazy demon. Sword god technique, 1,000 thunder shattering, divine sword suppressing the earth. With a roar, Yun Nuashing urged all the energy in her body and poured all her energy into this sword. She even combined the two techniques into one. After she shouted, 1,000 feet long golden sword appeared around Yun Nuashing's body. Endless lightning adhered to the sword and crackled. The moment the divine sword was formed, it emitted a majestic energy. Then, the sword and the person transformed into a gold-and-silver bolt of lightning and charged straight at the young man. Their speed was at its fastest at this moment. It was so fast that the young man couldn't help but frown. He had just raised his spear when the golden divine sword arrived like a violent thunderbolt. Clang! The golden energy sword collided with the spear sword, and a clear bell chime reverberated in the air. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring beside one's ear. The rumbling sound even broke through the sealed space and spread outside. Everyone who heard it hurriedly covered their ears. They even felt that their line of sight was somewhat shaken. Boom! The power of the divine sword and the spear erupted, transforming into two enormous storms of energy that swept through the surroundings. They immediately expanded the sealed space by several dozen times. The powerful winds of energy were like layers of waves as they continuously struck towards the two of them. Humph! Under such a huge force, Yun Nuashing's huge golden energy sword was easily destroyed. His body also suffered a heavy blow and shot out like a cannonball. A muffled groan came from his throat, and a trace of golden red blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was slightly injured. The young man also took 2 steps back. For the first time, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it. Looking at the energy storm that was like a giant pillar that reached the sky, he gently raised his hand and clenched it, twisting it in a circle. Buzz! A monstrous energy was suddenly born at the center of the storm. Then it started to rotate at high speed and stopped the energy storm. The sealed space also instantly returned to its original size of 10,000 feet. In the ice-blue world, Yun Nuashing spread her 6 wings at the edge of the sealed space. She knelt on one knee in the air and panted heavily. Her snow-white hair danced in the wind elements, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She licked her dry lips with her tongue, but her eyes seemed to be burning. It seemed that she hadn't had enough fun yet. However, at this moment, she no longer had the strength to raise her sword again. On the other hand, the young man in blue was as good as new. Even his breathing was slow and steady. He didn't suffer any injuries. The state of the two formed a sharp contrast. She was in a sorry state while he was unharmed. You win. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and sighed. He simply sat cross-legged in the air and folded his 6 wings behind him like a screen. The netherworld ruins sword was placed across his legs. He looked at the unharmed young man, and his eyelids twitched. After a moment, he laughed loudly and said, "You can kill me or cut me up as you wish. However, let my friend go, or I'll drag you down with me." After saying that, her eyes suddenly became fierce. The Xianlong zither in her heart flickered at high speed and was about to break out. "You are me, and I am you. If I kill you, it's the same as killing myself." The young man shook his head and sighed. Then he said indifferently, "I let you hit me because I wanted to test your willpower. Congratulations, you pass." His indifferent voice didn't have a trace of emotion. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Although he didn't feel any killing intent from the young man, he didn't expect this to be a test. The test is over. What's next? Sitting in the air with his legs crossed, Yun Nuashing sighed as he activated the Burning Soul spell to slowly recover his energy. Star power flashed on the surface of his body, and a few fist-sized stars slowly rotated. A silver-blue mark appeared on his forehead, and a circle of light wrapped around him. It was very mysterious, and it seemed to have a special charm. Then, "The rest is up to you." The young man looked at Yun Nuashing and said indifferently, "What?" Yun Nuashing was stunned and didn't react. After a long while, he said, "Me? What does it have to do with me? In the future, one of us has to walk the path. Or rather, only one of us will be left in the end." "What do you mean?" Yun Nuashing frowned. He couldn't figure out what this guy meant from the beginning. The young man sighed, and for the first time, a helpless look appeared in his eyes. He looked at Yun Nuashing and said something that shocked him to the extreme. "I'm just a fragment of your soul." Chapter 337. I'm just a fragment of your soul. The young man's helpless words were even scarier in Yun Nuashing's ears than the roar of the battle just now. He was so shocked that his mind was a little muddled. He was stunned for a moment and could only widen his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. "Fragment of my soul!" After a long time, Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva and repeated his words. Yu Yin once guessed that Yun Nuashing's soul was damaged due to his amnesia, and his memories had also dissipated. However, this was only a guess because Yun Nuashing's soul was very powerful. He was much more powerful than people of the same level, and even alchemists who specialized in soul power. How could a defective soul be so powerful? "Yes, I'm just a fragment of your soul." The young man nodded and said, "You don't have to be surprised. Your soul is indeed damaged, but just this damaged soul alone is far more powerful than the soul of an ordinary person." The young man gave an affirmative answer, and Yun Nuashing, who had just woken up, was stunned again. If a damaged soul was already so powerful, then if 2 souls were combined, would the soul be so powerful that it could fly? One had to know that in this era, there was a serious shortage of soul cultivation methods, and the people who cultivated the soul were much less than in previous eras. Other than alchemists who had unique cultivation methods, the rest of the people basically had no way to cultivate the soul. They could only strengthen their soul with the growth of their age and cultivation. Then will my memories be restored? Yun Nuashing was most concerned about this question. He had lost his memory for so long. Didn't he come all this way to find a way to restore his memory? Since the young man was his soul fragment, there must be some memories in it, right? I don't know. The young man shook his head and said, all right, forget it if you don't have any. It's a good thing that your soul can be restored completely. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and nodded. Who told you that you only have one soul fragment? Suddenly, the young man lowered his voice and said coldly. His calm eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and Yun Nuashing shivered from his stare. More than one. Hearing these words, Yun Nuashing felt his entire body turn cold. The shock washed over his mind. This chill was far colder than the young man's voice by many times. I don't know what happened a long time ago, and I don't know who he used to be, but I can tell you with certainty that something happened that tore our souls apart into several pieces. As for how many pieces there were, I don't know. The only thing I can be sure of is that those soul fragments might have turned into a person, a blade of grass, or even dormant in a person's body. In the worst-case scenario, they might have entered the cycle of reincarnation, jumped into a crack in time and space, or even been banished into the void. However, no matter what the situation is, you have to collect them and recover to your peak state. I don't know why I think this way, but something tells me that I have to do this, and I'm not the most suitable person. After hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned and hurriedly said, That person is me? That's right, it's you, and it has to be you. If you want to know why, I can only say that perhaps your soul fragment occupies a large enough portion, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. The youth nodded. You are free, and the other soul fragments are waiting for the day they are absorbed and recovered. You have your own will, and you are no different from other souls. You are like a complete soul, and even gods can't see through this layer of relationship. As for us, we fragments were told by a thought to collect the remaining soul fragments. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded with a grave expression. He didn't expect that he would have such a problem. Back then, Xianyin didn't notice it. Otherwise, she would have helped him repair it long ago. For a god, repairing a soul was an easy task. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing thought of something and hurriedly asked, this is a place left behind from the mythological era. You are locked here. Could it be that I'm also from the mythological era? I'm not sure. I've been sleeping for a long time, and I don't know how long it has been. It wasn't until yesterday that I woke up when someone unlocked my seal. The youth shook his head and said, I don't know who that person is. I can't see his face, but I can be sure that he is very powerful. How powerful? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Even the youth said that he was very powerful. How powerful was he? At the very least, he is someone who is standing on the threshold of the divine realm, the youth said in a deep voice. The young man said in a deep voice. He stood in the first realm of the reincarnation mirror. With the ice-blue long spear and his thorough understanding of the long spear, it was easy for him to deal with the Yun Nuo star, even if he only used the power of one hand. He unlocked your seal. Why? What is he after? Yun Nuashing scratched her head and couldn't understand at all. The youth shook his head and sighed, saying, Let's not talk about it. You can explore the rest by yourself. The souls have to fuse. The two souls can't meet for too long, or they will fuse on their own and mess up the order. With that, the youth threw the spear over, and it lay in Yun Nuashing's hands. He glanced at it and said, You have the spiritual divine body, but you can't rely on the number of weapons. If I were you, I would rather use the Netherworld Ruins sword to its peak than use a bunch of weapons to fight against enemies. That's not good. Only when a divine weapon is used to its peak can it be powerful. Thank you for your advice. Yun Nuashing nodded and kept this principle in his heart. The youth sighed and looked through the sealed space at the pillar of creation. He said, Also, although there is no problem with the pillar of creation here, you have to protect the other places. This is very important. Okay. Yun Nuashing nodded solemnly. The youth sighed and walked in front of Yun Nuashing. He stretched out his right hand and said, "Seriously, fuse them. This process will be very painful. You have to bear with it." Yun Nuashing nodded and stood up. She raised her left hand and gently touched the fair right hand. Buzz! A circle of icy blue light suddenly lit up on the youth's body. Then he slowly moved towards Yun Nuashing. His right hand slowly turned illusory as it came into contact with Yun Nuashing. His entire body became slightly more transparent. Bits of blue light flew out from his body and slowly floated towards Yun Nuashing and merged into Yun Nuashing's mind. Following the youth's transformation, Yun Nuashing's body also lit up with a bright light. The 5 elements rotated on the surface of his body. Looking at the pair of clear and indifferent icy blue eyes, she felt an inexplicable sadness. Was it a tragedy to live for the sake of being reunited with someone? However, this emotion only existed for a short while before disappearing. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and calmly watched the youth's spiritual energy enter his body. Then it faintly turned blurry. What surprised her was that the youth said that it would be very painful, but she didn't feel it. Looking at his gradually transparent body that was almost completely annihilated, and then looking at Yun Nuashing, the young man suddenly laughed. His face was originally very beautiful, and it was very suitable for a smile. This smile that came from the bottom of his heart was quite lethal to both men and women. He laughed very happily and also seemed to be a little relieved. The youth gently opened his mouth and smiled. "My mission is complete. The rest is up to you." As his voice fell, the youth's body was suddenly disintegrated in a bright beam of light. He turned into countless sparkling and translucent light spots that surged into Yun Nuashing's body. "Have a safe journey. Our mission. Let me complete it." Yun Nuashing sighed and felt a little sad. However, she still forced herself to be spirited and smiled faintly. Bang! Thump! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing's heart beat violently. A throbbing pain came from her heart. It was heart-wrenching, as if a sharp knife had been ruthlessly stabbed into her heart and stirred it back and forth. Ah! The sudden sharp pain made Yun Nuashing cry out involuntarily. She didn't even make a sound when a spear pierced through her body. However, she roared out loud now. One could imagine how painful it was. Buzz! Howl! Howl! A buzzing sound reverberated in her ears. The whistling sound was like thunder. The ball of soul between her eyebrows suddenly trembled violently. The violent tremors made Yun Nuashing feel as if it was about to be cut in half. Cold sweat dripped down from her forehead. Her body that was originally standing straight was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, she felt as if 2 giants that were 100 feet tall were each grabbing half of her body and tearing it apart with all their might. Pain! A pain that went straight to her bones. Ah! Creak! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing lost the strength to stand and fell straight under the sealed space. She curled up her body and hugged her head and her heart. Her fingers were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. She gritted her teeth so hard that it seemed like they were about to shatter. Her fair face was flushed red, and her handsome face looked extremely ferocious at this moment. The veins all over her body were popping out because of excessive force. Ah, it hurts. His body suddenly lit up with 2 rays of light. They extended from the top of his head down to his navel, perfectly dividing his body into 2 halves. The left half shone with 5 colors, while the right half shone with an icy blue. As soon as these 2 colors appeared, they merged with each other at the intersection, gradually merging into one. However, the speed was so slow that it made one feel hopeless. Boom! The intense pain made Yun Nuashing feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart and 10,000 insects were gnawing on his body. He almost fainted, and the punch that he could not bear smashed into the sealed space, and the barrier that no longer had a maintainer suddenly collapsed under this punch. "The barrier is broken!" Following the loud sound, The originally nervous crowd saw the icy blue barrier suddenly shatter like glass at this moment. It scattered and disappeared in all directions. However, before the crowd could rejoice, they saw a figure suddenly fall from the shattered space. There's only one person, and there are signs of life. Who is it? Jin Wang and the others were stunned for a moment. However, they didn't care too much at this time and hurriedly ran over. When they saw the familiar outfit, they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the little boy. He survived." Yuan Qian was excited and ran in front with Zian. When they saw that Yun Nuoxing had survived, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that Yun Nuoxing was still alive after seeing the future, they couldn't help but worry. Something's wrong. Why didn't she stop falling? However, everyone noticed that something was wrong, because at this moment Yun Nuo planet was falling straight down without the slightest bit of slowing down. "Little star!" Seeing this scene, Zian anxiously shouted and hurriedly flew into the sky to catch the rapidly falling Yun Nuoxing. However, when she saw his current appearance, she was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. She hurriedly landed on the ground with him. "King of gods! Little star!" Zian rushed to Jin Wang with Yun Nuoxing in her arms. She was so anxious that she forgot how to speak. She could only open her mouth and worry helplessly. When they saw Yun Nuoxing being split into two and his face scrunched up in pain, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not understand what had happened. This is soul fusion. The beautiful woman hurriedly reached out and pressed her hand between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. After sensing for a while, her pretty face suddenly turned pale and she said, "There are two souls in Little Star's body that are merging into one." "What?" Hearing this result, everyone turned pale with fright. Soul fusion could easily cause one soul to scatter. "Is it that guy? Hurry up and stop him." Jin Wang frowned when he heard this. He patted Yun Nuoxing's head with his big hand, and a majestic soul power was about to surge out. "No, if you do this, Little Star's soul will collapse immediately." When the beautiful woman saw this, she was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Then she hurriedly said, "Little Star is now in a state of balance. Moreover, he is the one who is leading the soul fusion. In other words, if the fusion succeeds in the end, Little Star will still be Little Star, not him. But what if it fails? You know how dangerous soul fusion is." Hearing this, Jin Wang was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He rubbed his hands and paced back and forth on the spot, not knowing what to do. "We can't have a third force intervene now. Otherwise, this balance that we worked so hard to maintain might collapse directly. Little Star's soul will disperse. Now, we can only let him complete this step himself." The beautiful woman's expression was grave, but she had no other choice. This dangerous process could only be completed by Yun Nuoxing himself. If anyone else intervened, it would be a very serious hindrance to him. "Damn it, if anything happens to Nuoxing, I'll chop that bastard alive. Even if he reincarnates, I'll ferret him out." Seeing this, Jin Wang could only spit out harsh words angrily, but he was also helpless. At this time, Yun Nuoxing, who had been clenching his teeth and not making a sound, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His palm left 5 fingerprints on the ground, and his other hand grabbed Zian's back tightly. His painful roar made everyone's heart tighten. The low moan was like the roar of a small beast in pain, making everyone feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. "Little Star!" A burning sensation came from her back, causing Ziyan's heart to ache. However, she didn't let go. She tightly bit her red lips and quickly hugged him tightly in her embrace. She could feel the pain in his heart. It could definitely be said that he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Otherwise, Yun Nuoxing, who had always been arrogant, wouldn't wantonly moan in pain in front of others. He was someone who would rather laugh in pain than cry. At this moment, she clearly saw 2 streaks of sparkling tears on his face. This scene made it difficult for her to breathe. "If this can alleviate your pain, Zian forced a smile. Spots of blood appeared on her white clothes. Yun Nuashing's strength had directly dug into her flesh, but she was very stubborn and didn't let go. It had always been Yun Nuashing who did things for her. If she could share a little of his pain today, she would feel gratified. Stubborn girl. When everyone saw her like this, they felt distressed and angry. They really didn't know what to say. The beautiful woman could only help heal her. She patted her head and didn't say anything. Quick, let's leave this place first. We can't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. At this moment, the Water God King, who hadn't made a sound since the moment he saw Yun Nua planet, finally opened a space gate with great difficulty. He quickly wiped the sweat on his forehead and yelled, "Let's go!" The Gold God King stuck out his tongue and roared. With a wave of his hand, he led the others in. This place instantly became empty, causing the spectators to be dumbstruck. Chapter 338. Sea King City, Yu Family's Celestial Stone Shop. In a room filled with celestial chi, Yun Nuashing was lying on a white bed. His sweat had soaked the soft quilt. On his forehead, large beads of sweat continuously emerged from his forehead and slid down his pale face, soaking his long hair and pillow. The way he gritted his teeth and growled made people's hearts ache. No one knew how much pain he was enduring in his dream. Beside Yun Nuashing, Zian was holding his hand. On the back of her white dress, there was a dazzling mottled bloodstain. Her jade-like hand was in pain from his grip, and her fingertips had turned white. The action of interlocking fingers made people feel very nervous at this moment. Beside him, Ming and Lan Xiner were also present. The former cried for a few hours and finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. The latter, like Zian, stayed by Yun Nuashing's side and kept wiping his sweat with a towel. Every time she saw him in so much pain that he wished he was dead, she would become anxious. If she didn't know that she couldn't disturb the fusion of souls, she would have intervened long ago. Beside Yun Nuashing's pillow, there was also a small crimson fellow. It was tightly attached to Yun Nuashing's head. Although some people had moved it away because they were worried that Yun Nuashing would crush it when she turned around, they didn't expect the little fellow to fly back by itself. Moreover, it insisted on nestling beside Yun Nuashing's head. Its stubbornness was really the same as the few people in the room. The realm gate opened by the Water God King didn't teleport them too far away. They fell out when they were still 1,000,000 miles away from Sea King City. However, it wasn't his fault. The space in the Tana's Water God Temple was abnormally hard. Being able to create a spatial crack was already the limit. If it weren't for the Water God Temple's proficiency in arrays, they would probably have to return the way they came. It had been a month since they returned from the Tana's Water God's Temple. Yun Nuashing had been in a half-conscious state. Occasionally he would let out 2 low growls from his throat, which would make anyone who heard it feel sad. It wasn't until half a month later that he completely fainted. From then on, the 2 areas of light on his body sped up the fusion speed. At least, it could be seen that the fusion gave birth to a 5-colored color. However, the blue in it had turned into an icy blue, and the water element in his body had also become a little cold. In a month's time, Yun Nuashing had completely recovered, but his soul had not settled down, so he could not wake up. At this moment, his condition was much better than the previous half a month. He was calm, although he was still panting heavily, as if he was enduring the burning of 10,000 fires, but there are no signs of violent struggle. Except for his fingers that were still clenched until they turned white, the small white jade hand that was clasped together was red. In this month, these 2 hands had not been separated. Creak! The door slowly opened with a soft sound. Yuan Shi, dressed in a snow-white robe, walked in. Following him was Yuan Shui, who was holding a zither in her hand. Looking at Yuan Shui's dark eyes, it seemed that she hadn't rested well for a long time. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zian opened Mei Mao and turned around. When she saw the 2 coming in, She was slightly stunned and asked, "How is Sister Qian Qian?" Yuan Qian and Yuan she had also been guarding the room for a month. In the end, Yuan Qian, who was overly worried, was the first to collapse. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One after another, they collapsed. This was a battle of attrition. Everyone had no choice but to place Yuan Qian somewhere else and let the others rest. Only the 3 stubborn girls were left to guard the room. Yuan Qian and Yuan, she were even dragged out by Yuan Shao and Elder Yu Qing. Everyone was stunned. The original plan was to go back to their own homes after the Tana's water god temple was finished. However, at this moment, everyone was worried about Yun Nuoxing's current state. They had to stay and wait for her to recover. "Sister is fine." She murmurs Nuoxing's name even in her dreams. She should be fine after a good sleep. Yuan, she smiled bitterly and yawned. "Mr. Yun hasn't woken up yet?" Yuan Shui looked at Yun Nuoxing on the bed. Mei Mao was a little gloomy. She tightened her grip on the zither. "Not yet." Xian sighed. Looking at Yun Nuoxing lying on the bed, she sighed again. Mei Mao felt a little distressed. "Sister Xian, this is for you." Yuan Shui walked to the bed and put the zither in her arms in front of Xian. She said, "Music can make people intoxicated, but it can also make people relax. If you can play a song, maybe Mr. Yin will feel much better." Sister Xian is a very important person to Mr. Yin. Even if you don't practice music, Mr. Yin will be able to relax after listening to you. Yuan Shui said softly. "A very important person, huh?" Yin bit her red lips and muttered in a self-deprecating manner. However, she did not reject him. Her jade-like hands gently stroked the strings of the zither. Although she only had one hand, she could still play beautiful music if she used her heart to play. Ding! In the spiritual world, a vague figure weakly opened his eyes that had been closed for half a month. Looking at the boundless lavender sea of fire, he was a little absent-minded. Suddenly, a little dizziness and pain came from his head. He hurriedly covered his head. "Damn it, it's said to be severe pain, but I've never heard of it being so painful." Yun Nuoxing shook his head with a wry smile and got up on his hands and feet. He saw a flaming passage under his feet, and there was a line of words beside it. He couldn't help but be stunned and quickly leaned over to read it. "Come along this path when you wake up." The beautiful small words were written by flames. Obviously, they were left by Zai. Yun Nuoxing looked along the flaming passage and could barely see a dark hole in the distance. He knew that he was in the spiritual world, or, to be precise, in his own soul. He usually didn't come here for no reason, so he didn't know what was there. Scratching his head, Yun Nuoxing unhurriedly walked along the flaming passage. He had just woken up, and his whole body was groggy. Don't expect him to be able to walk as if he was flying. The flaming passage was very long. Yun Nuoxing walked leisurely for a long time. When he recovered some of his mental strength, he still couldn't see the end. Only then did he speed up. Borrowing the light essence's speed, which was faster than lightning, in a mere 10 minutes, a flaming hole appeared at the end of the flaming passage. Yun Nuoxing's soul paused for a moment. He stood in front of the hole for a while, then stepped inside. Just as his soul rushed into the hole, the lavender flames suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a vast starry sky. Stars hung high in the sky, and it was no different from the real starry sky. He didn't know if it was the same starry sky he knew, and he didn't know where the boundary of this world was. In the star field, many images were floating. The images formed a long line leading to the distance. Yun Nuoxing carefully looked at the images that were being broadcasted. He couldn't help but stare blankly when he saw these familiar images. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. These images were actually his memories. In the starry sky, countless images were linked together to form a long line. Yun Nuoxing's gaze quickly swept around, and he was somewhat stunned. After a short moment, his gaze moved along this long line of memory images. Dozens of memory chains converged in the distance, and fixed on a huge black planet that seemed to be the core. The countless memory chains were being emitted from it, a world where memories are stored. Raising his head to look at this scene, Yun Nuashing muttered. He didn't expect that memories could be viewed in this way. Sighing, Yun Nuashing walked towards that planet. There he saw a lavender figure. Why are you so free and elegant to look at other people's memories? Standing behind this graceful figure, Yun Nuashing put his hands on his hips and said unhappily, because Ziyi and he were of the same mind. Everyone knew about memories and whatnot. However, seeing her carefully looking at his memories with his own eyes, as if she was reading a story, was somewhat embarrassing. Haven't I looked at you enough these past few years? In a sense, I've already become your other half. Why are you still so restrained? Ziyi slowly turned his head and pulled Yun Nuashing to his side. He carefully sized him up, nodded, and said, You've recovered well. At least you won't be in danger. In the past month, your soul flame has almost been extinguished a few times. So, is this the reason why you're so weak? Yun Nuashing spread his hands and looked helplessly at Ziyi. With his senses, he could naturally feel that her current situation wasn't much better than his. Ziyi shook his head and didn't say anything. Then, what did you gain from looking at my memories to your heart's content? Yun Nuashing asked. In front of the huge planet, countless memory chains appeared from the planet. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the many images, and he saw many scenes that made him feel warm. Those scenes, whether happy or leisurely, were played in front of him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Watching his own memories like this was a new experience. Come here. Ziyi nodded and led Yun Nuashing to the back of the planet. The serious look on her pretty face stunned Yun Nuashing. He immediately shut his mouth and walked beside her. The two of them walked to the other side of the planet. Yun Nuashing took a look and sucked in a breath of cold air. Behind this planet, he saw another equally vast planet. The countless memory chains were like fuses woven into an inescapable net. This is another memory core, Ziyi explained softly when he saw his shocked expression. Another one? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, Is it his memory core? To be precise, it's yours. As the two of your souls fused together, many things that originally belonged to you but were lost gradually returned. However, these memories are all empty, Ziyi said. Empty? Yun Nuashing was stunned. The memory chains that spread out from the other planet were far more than those from the first planet. However, they were all grayish-white and were frozen in the starry sky. There were no movements, no images, and the memories seemed to have been petrified. Yun Nuashing indeed didn't feel that any of his memories had recovered. He only felt that the strength of his soul had expanded a lot. Every core is unique. Once a core is frozen, the memories that spread out from it will also be frozen. This memory core has been frozen. Although it contains many memories, you can't read them. I think you have to unlock them yourself. As for how to unlock them, Ziyi said softly as he looked at the grayish-white planet. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. His memories were inexplicable. He didn't even know what conditions would trigger this memory. However, based on his previous two experiences, he could roughly guess that he had to see a special, familiar scene, just like the time in Yen City and the time in Divine Sky City. It's easy to say, didn't you see that I've only unintentionally recovered my memories a few times after wandering around for so long? Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. The God Realm was huge. There were 7 major regions, countless cities, and countless scenes. Even if he had once left traces in the entire God Realm, it wouldn't be that easy to find them. Anyway, you'll finish exploring the God Realm sooner or later. Don't you always say that? Ziyi teased, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Sigh. Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly. Chapter 339. After coming out of the memory world, Yun Nuashing and Ziyi returned to the soul world that was wrapped in flames. What surprised him was that it took a long time to get from the soul world to the memory world, but in the blink of an eye they were back. Before he could catch his breath, Ziyi urged him to heal his soul first. Her face, which was pretending to be fierce, was very cute. Even when she was angry, she had a special charm. I've helped you heal your soul for a month. Now that you're awake, it's my turn to sleep, Ziyi said, coquettishly. She pushed Yun Nuashing to sit cross-legged. Then she rested her head on his thighs, which made him speechless. After a moment of helplessness, Yun Nuashing also began to seriously cultivate. Circles of invisible ripples slowly spread out. This week's soul ripple, compared to a month ago when it was at its strongest, it was unknown how many times stronger it was. It seemed that the fusion of their souls had strengthened his soul power by a lot. Yun Nuashing, who was practicing, felt the situation. He was happy. Soul power could affect the speed of practice. The stronger a person's soul was, the faster they could practice. Originally, he used to receive spirit God body and the so-called God spirit blood pulse. His practice speed was very fast. Now, his soul power had increased by a few times. The speed at which he reached the max was going to increase by a few more times. Phew! 2 hours later, Yun Nuashing let out a breath and opened his eyes. 2 transparent streams of energy shot out from his eyes and pushed out a hole in the sea of flames. His soul power circled around his body. The light purple flames swayed in the soul storm and rose up around his body. At the same time, a few elements rose up and mixed with his soul power to cultivate together. When one's cultivation reached the immortal level, other than increasing one's cultivation, one also had to pay attention to the cultivation of the soul and elements. These 2 types of energy were related to the path to the demonic level. Normally, if one's elements were not pure enough, one would not be able to reach the demonic level. Therefore, most experts who reach the immortal level would first cultivate their elements and refine their elemental power. This was also why experts who reached the demonic level had very pure elements in their bodies. As for Yun Nua planet, which had 5 types of elements, he originally had to put in a lot of effort to refine the 5 types of elements to a perfect level. However, due to various reasons, he did not have to put in much effort, and the 5 types of elements were the purest. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He clenched his fist, and the water element floating outside his soul slowly floated over. He looked at it, and his face trembled. This ball of water element had turned from azure to ice blue. It also had a bit of cold air. The white mist on his palm made him feel a little cold. Ice. Mutation. Feeling the water element that was different from before, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he understood what was going on with this extremely cold element. Their souls had fused together, and the element that the youth originally possessed had naturally flowed into his body. After all, the element and the soul were compatible. I didn't expect this. Yun Nuashing laughed foolishly for a while and couldn't help but shake his head. Although the soul fusion this time caused him to suffer so much that he wished he was dead, he also gained some benefits. At least, the mutation of the elements was the greatest consolation. One had to know that a mutated element was innate. Although it could be modified after birth, the process was very difficult. This was because modifying the elements after birth was equivalent to changing the structure of the soul to a certain extent. It was not much different from cutting open the soul and grafting something else. This kind of pain was probably not much worse than what Yun Nuashing experienced. It could easily hurt the soul, hurt the foundation, and even lose one's life. Don't be complacent too early. The current you only knows how to use the elements in the most superficial ways. Any one of the elites in the world today is probably better at using the elements than you. Suddenly, Ziyi opened Mei Mao and lazily turned over, saying, "You have 5 elements that many people can't even think of. However, if you walk the path of Bodo, you still have to pay attention to each element. Didn't that guy say that it's better to use one element to its limit than to use it all at once? You should understand this principle better than anyone else. Why are you awake?" Hearing this lazy voice, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He quickly lowered his head, only to see the back of Ziye's head. "I didn't sleep at all. Your legs are too hard," Ziyi grumbled. He shifted his head a few times on his thighs, as if he couldn't find the ideal position to use as a pillow. Yun Nuashing was speechless. "Who asked you to sleep on my thighs when there's a bed? How can such big muscles not be hard?" "Phew!" Just as Yun Nuashing wanted to protest a little, Ziyi let out a light breathing sound. Mei Mao's eyes were tightly shut, as if she had fallen asleep. She was as quiet as a porcelain doll. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't bear to disturb her. Shaking his head helplessly, Yun Nuashing changed from sitting cross-legged to kneeling. He carefully placed Ziye's head on his thighs, then took out a long cloak and covered her delicate body. After doing all this, Yun Nuashing exhaled. With a flip of his hand, a translucent, crystal-like, colorful scroll appeared in his hand. Following the appearance of this scroll, golden energy also surged out from his body, resonating with the crystal scroll. The two of them shone together, creating a gorgeous and colorful scene. He touched the scroll with his hand. This was the profound method regarding the cultivation of the spiritual divine physique. He didn't know which of the 8 divine physiques had created it. Spiritual divine physique, Yun Nuashing sighed. This spiritual divine physique had only produced 8 of them. Including him, there were only 9 of them. It was said that very few of them had reached the Great Accomplishment Realm. On the way to the Great Accomplishment Realm, a few of the divine physiques had been surrounded and killed. Someone had extracted the source of their divine physique, but no one had obtained it. The source of their divine physique had automatically dissipated at the last moment, as if it had inherited the will of its previous owner. It would rather disappear than give others a chance to take advantage of it. After calming himself down, Yun Nuashing placed the scroll on his forehead. A huge amount of information instantly surged into his mind. The amount of information was so huge that it could be called an ocean. It wasn't much less than the flame demon burning the heavens art that he had learned back then, causing his mind to swell a little. When the information flowed into Yun Nuashing's mind, it instantly turned into a large amount of mysterious words that floated in the depths of his mind. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a profound method of cultivation. The spiritual divine techniques grade would increase with the increase of one's cultivation, using a special method to borrow the energy of all things in the world to temper one's body, including the physical body, elements, soul, spirit, and life force. One could turn the world into one's own body, and one's own body into the world. One could temper one's body with the fire of myriad Tao, and perfect one's body with the power of the world. One could devour countless amounts of energy and refine it to the Great Accomplishment Realm. Wherever one's spirit spread, every blade of grass, flower, and tree in the world could be used as a weapon. There's still an endless amount of energy to devour. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of Z. Could it be that he was going to devour spiritual objects that contained huge amounts of energy endlessly? Divine flames and demonic lightning were formed after countless years of energy condensation. In the eyes of outsiders, they were no different from divine objects. Being able to obtain one was already a blessing from the heavens. However, he was going to keep devouring them. Moreover, divine flames and demonic lightning had a very strong repulsion. When they collided, it would be like meeting a mortal enemy. They wouldn't stop until the other party was burned to ashes. Absorbing more than 2 types of divine flames into one's body was really courting death. Even if it was a spiritual divine body, one couldn't play with it like this. The grade will increase with the increase of one's cultivation. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing was somewhat moved. Ancient scriptures, profound methods, origin skills, and magic arts were all divided into grades. It was the same as the classification of profound crystals. They were divided into 10 grades: ordinary, low, medium, high, excellent, elite, extreme, immortal, saint, and absolute. Of course, there were also divine objects, which were similarly unattainable and unattainable. It can be directly absorbed into the soul-burning method. Yun Nuashing nodded. His soul-burning method could smelt 10,000 methods. No matter what kind of profound method came, it could absorb it and transform it. However, he didn't know the grade of the method itself. It was very strange that it could be transformed. After all, a person could normally only cultivate one type of method. However, the soul-burning method could nurture 100 methods and refine the most extreme one. It broke Yun Nuashing's understanding. Other than that, there was also the flame demon-burning heaven method. Like the spiritual divine body absorption method, it was a method that would increase with the increase of one's cultivation. It could save him a lot of time in searching for profound methods. However, Yun Nuashing didn't pay much attention to this matter. After all, he had been relying on the strength of his weapon all this time. Although his cultivation had increased, he had never tried to rely purely on his own strength to fight against an enemy. The spiritual divine body absorption method was created by combining the strengths of 100 methods with my own comprehension. It is an exclusive method that is only left for the spiritual divine body absorption method to cultivate. This method is particular about devouring everything in the world. It can even devour a person's origin. However, devouring a cultivator's origin can easily harm the harmony of the world. It is not beneficial for the later stage of becoming a god. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. A silhouette stood with his hands behind his back. Colorful energy circled around that silhouette. Even his long hair was colorful. Yun Nuashing could not feel any trace of his aura. He was a little shocked, but he quickly calmed down because Violet Night was not here, and the Sea of Fire had disappeared. This place should be inside the scroll. That silhouette might be the owner of this celestial art. It was unknown how many generations of the divine body had been received. A memory fragment. Yun Nuashing thought about it and understood. He looked at the figure, stood up, and bowed slightly. Just as he thought, the figure didn't look at Yun Nuashing. A gentle voice slowly sounded in the space. The spiritual divine body absorption method is close to the world's origin. Even if it doesn't accept the inheritance of the God position, it is still blessed by the heavens and has its own God position. It is not weaker than the traditional God position. However, it cannot wantonly devour a cultivator's origin. It will harm the harmony of the world and reduce the success rate of becoming a god. Speaking up to hear, that figure's stern voice resounded, causing Yun Nuashing's expression to turn serious as he remembered this condition. To be able to obtain my inheritance, you can be considered a fated person. Since you can obtain this scroll, then you must have obtained the other scroll, Heavenly Evolution of the 5 Elements. If possible, find an innate 5 elements body and cultivate with it. The spiritual divine body absorption method and the 5 elements body can complement each other. Both of them are one of the world's origin physiques. Hearing those words, Yun Nuashing was startled. He suddenly understood why the 2 scrolls of Xian techniques were placed together. So that was the reason. Coincidentally, the 5 elements body had indeed been found. However, it was a bit incomplete. It still needed to be completely restored into a flawless 5 elements body. The 5 elements evolution of the heavens and earth. The spiritual divine body absorption method creates all things. As the calm voice slowly sounded out, a resplendent light suddenly erupted from the figure. His body seemed to have countless colors flowing within it, while the meridians in his entire body flickered with golden light. When Yun Nuashing took a closer look, he was dumbfounded. Those meridians seemed to include all the meridians in his entire body. As the light flickered on the figure's body, the surrounding space suddenly became distorted. Then it surged towards the figure. The surrounding space seemed to be forcefully pulled over, revealing a black hole. Looking at the space that was rapidly collapsing in his eyes, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He didn't panic. Instead, he bowed towards the figure in the void. Fated person, remember my name? Spiritual Divine Body Absorption Method. Chapter 340. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He let out a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Divine Spirit receiving God." Those who could call themselves divine spirits were the gods who stood at the top of the pyramid and were detached from the mortal world. This was different from what everyone knew. Originally, everyone thought that no one with the divine spirit receiving physique could reach the realm of great success. Unexpectedly, in the distant mythological era, there was already a divine spirit receiving physique that had successfully taken that step and reached the height of the gods of the past. Is this the first divine spirit receiving physique, or which one? Yun Nuashing muttered. Although it was recorded in the ancient books that there were a total of 9 divine spirit receiving physiques in the world, the information from the mythological era was blocked. He didn't know if there was any information about the divine spirit receiving physique that had been passed down. As far as he was concerned, the so-called 9th divine spirit receiving physique would have to be pushed back a few places. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at Ziyi, who was still sleeping soundly. He then turned his gaze back to his body and was slightly stunned. His mind entered his body, and he was surprised to find that there were many golden lights flying around in his body and opening up some meridians. Even the meridians that he didn't use often were slowly opening up. Is this opening up all the meridians in the body? Thinking of the scene that he had just seen, Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch. He didn't know how long it would take to open up all the meridians in the body. After all, there were many meridians in the body that were extremely hidden and couldn't be used at ordinary times. Moreover, the energy that was flying around in the meridians might make a mess of the body. Fortunately, Xianin has tempered my body before. Otherwise, I would be in so much pain right now. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the meridians slowly stretching out in an orderly manner. Opening meridians was a very painful thing. It was like forcibly opening a tightly closed passageway. The sharp pain that occurred at that moment was not something that an ordinary person could bear. At least, it was not any better than the pain of the soul fusion. However, Xianin had once used her divine power to cleanse Yun Nuashing's marrow and bones every day. Her physical strength was very strong, and she had even strengthened her meridians. It was as if the passageway had been blasted open by someone. Now, all she needed to do was make some small adjustments and clean it up. It was also thanks to this that Yun Nuashing was able to avoid the pain of the new and subsequent pain. However, although he was relieved of the pain, the progress was not very fast. The golden energy flow was extremely slow. Although he could clearly feel that his whole body was filled with a feeling of blockages disappearing, he couldn't help but want to complain. Forget it, it's automatic anyway. Let it be. The thought of complaining was quickly dispelled. Since he didn't need to personally guide her, there was nothing much to say. Anyway, it wouldn't affect his movements. The process of unblocking her meridians was going on all the time. He didn't dare to use too much force. After all, her meridians were still relatively weak at this moment. A little force could cause them to swell and explode. Therefore, he still needed to follow the rules. Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a while as she watched the meridians being unblocked at a tortoise's speed. Then, she ignored it and retracted her consciousness. She sighed softly. This girl. Yun Nuashing didn't know what to say when she saw Ziyi clutching her clothes. Ziyi was curled up like a cute little bird. However, Yun Nuashing, who knew her well, knew that there was something wrong with her posture. Although it was very pleasing to the eye, she felt a little awkward. If I leave her here, she'll probably beat me to death when she wakes up, right? Yun Nuashing scratched his head. He wanted to wake up, although he was still a little weak. He had been in a deep sleep for a month. Everyone must be worried. It wouldn't be right if he didn't go out now to let them relax. Besides, he could guess that there were a few people by his side at all times. Let's go out for a while. Yi, please spare me. Yun Nuashing glanced at Ziyi and sighed heavily. He gently carried Ziyi and used his consciousness to condense the flames into a bed. Then, he gently placed her on it. When he saw that she didn't move, he left the spiritual world. In a room filled with incense, melodious music drifted in the air. Ziyin sat on the edge of the bed with a 6-foot-long zither placed horizontally on her lap. Her delicate hand danced on the zither strings. Although she only had one hand, her movements were still graceful. The sound of the zither was leisurely, like the sound of nature. Yuan Shi and the others who were standing at the side couldn't help but be immersed in it. Even Yuan Shui, who cultivated music, was slightly happy. Although there was no music power floating in it, it had its own unique rhythm. After a long time, the sound of the zither slowly stopped. When a slender hand gently pressed on the strings, the music completely stopped. Everyone was slightly intoxicated for a while before they opened their eyes. It didn't work. As soon as the sound of the zither stopped, Ziyin's first reaction was to look at Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping on the bed. Seeing that he was still sleeping, she couldn't help but sigh. Sister Ziyin, don't be sad. There is no music power, but there is a rhythm in it. I think Mr. Yin can also hear it. He should be able to wake up in a while. Seeing her like this, Yuan Shui hurriedly comforted her. Yuan, she also nodded. He had heard Yuan Shui and Chu Ilian play. They were both people who cultivated music. When they played, with the help of the power of nature, the sound of the zither could be deeply rooted in people's hearts and even souls. It was different from this kind of pure playing, but it also had its own rhythm. People who listened to it couldn't help but be intoxicated. After hearing this, Ziyin sighed and pulled herself together. She raised her eyebrows and played another song. The sound of the zither was melodious and continuous. After a long time, it stopped. They looked at the bed again and then sighed again. It seemed that this matter could only be done gradually. It was unlikely that he would wake up in one go. Girl, why did you stop? I don't even want to get up. At this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded out, causing them to be startled. They hurriedly turned their gazes over and found that Yun Nuashing had unknowingly opened his eyes and was looking at them with a smile. This caused them to be stunned for a moment, and then they all revealed expressions of joy. Little star, you finally woke up. Nuashing, you can really sleep. You slept for a month. Brother Nuashing, is your body okay? Brother is a big lazy worm. Hearing these different but relieved voices, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile. He looked around, and it was as he thought. The people he guessed in his heart were all in the room. Actually, I haven't slept enough. Why don't you play another song, girl, and let me sleep for a while? Yun Nuashing giggled. I'm playing the zither with one hand. Do you think I'm not tired? Hearing this, Ziyin rolled her eyes at him. Then she waved her hands, which had been held together for a month, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Yun Nuashing glanced at her, and his handsome face also turned red. A soft feeling came from his palm, and it was very comfortable, although his rationality told him to let go of her hand. After sleeping for a month, his body still didn't listen to him. His palm trembled twice, as if he was kneading. Ahem. Well, my sister is still sleeping. Let's go first. Seeing the two of them like this, Yuan, she coughed dryly, and then quickly left with Yuan Shui. When they left, Yuan Shui also took Little Ming with her. After Lan Xiner asked a few questions with concern, she also rushed into the sky piercer. For a time, only the two of them were left in the room. A man and a woman were alone in the room. The purple moonlight outside was charming, and it more or less made people think of something. The moonlight came in through the window of the room and shone on their faces, making the moonlight even more blurred. Nothing happened in the past month, right? In the end, it was Yun Nuashing who broke the ambiguous atmosphere. He quickly laughed dryly. If he didn't speak, he was afraid that the scenery would change the atmosphere. Startled by the sudden voice, Ziyan stared blankly for a moment. Then she rolled her eyes at Yun Nuashing and said reproachfully, "Who said it's fine? Can't you see that there's a star that's about to burn out? You gave us all a fright." Ugh. Hearing this slightly bitter voice, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly, but he couldn't say anything. The matter of the soul fusion came too suddenly, and it couldn't be completely blamed on him. Sleeping for a month was something that couldn't be helped. During the period of the soul fusion, he had experienced too many dangers. If it wasn't for him holding his breath and feeling that it wasn't worth dying like this and his strong willpower, he might have really died. Speaking of which, are you okay? What happened to the soul fusion? Ziyan didn't want to blame him. She just complained a little, and then asked about his physical condition. You want to know? Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and grinned. Tell me. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was keeping her in suspense, Ziyan pouted and couldn't help but pat him with her lily-white hand. This made Yun Nuashing a little surprised. She wasn't like this before. However, Yun Nuashing didn't have anything to hide. He didn't have to tell outsiders, but since she was one of his own, so what if he told her? So he pulled her hand and asked Ziyan to put her ear closer. He was still a little weak and couldn't move. Ziyan tilted her head and blinked curiously at Mei Mao, but she still bent down obediently and put her ear next to Yun Nuashing's mouth. Only then did the latter softly explain the cause and effect. Soul fragments, as expected by Yun Nuashing. Ziyan was extremely shocked when she heard the news. Even the god of creation and the others would be shocked if they heard it. How could a soul survive after being divided into several parts? It didn't make sense. What about the memory? After hearing this, Ziyan quickly asked about the memory, just like Yun Nuashing did. Since the soul fragments had fused, then the memory should have recovered, right? It hasn't recovered. It should be said that it hasn't recovered yet. Although there are signs of recovery, I still have to activate the memory fragments myself. As for when it will fully recover, I don't know. Yun Nuashing sighed and said, Memory fragments? Ziyan was puzzled. Yes, it's something that happened in the past. If you can experience it again or see a similar scene, there's probably a possibility of recovery. Yun Nuashing nodded. She sighed when she thought of the scene where she recovered her memory twice. The realm of the gods was so big. How could it be so easy to find it? It was easier said than done. Just like the memory fragments left behind by God Na Ling, Yun Nuashing also had many fragments in her mind. However, they were all in a frozen state and were sealed very deeply. If she wanted to awaken her memory, she definitely wouldn't be able to do it with a slap. Is this the reason why you jumped off a building last time? Suddenly, Ziyan thought of the incident that happened in the Yuan family's palace and smiled. At that time, they were scared half to death. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She laughed awkwardly and said, That's force majeure. Well, that means you'll still jump in the future. Can we not talk about this anymore? Chapter 341. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Didn't he just jump down once because he was distracted for a moment? Was there a need to harp on this matter? Seeing Ziyan covering her mouth and laughing, Yun Nuashing sighed and asked, How is the 5 elements evolution technique? It's pretty good. It's a cultivation technique specifically for the 5-element physique, and it even involves the energy of creation. However, I'm still unable to cultivate it right now. When she spoke up to hear, Ziyan's beautiful eyes dimmed, but she quickly concealed it. Because the 5 elements body is incomplete? Yun Nuashing sighed when he heard this. He'd expected such an outcome as well. After all, that profound technique was for those with a flawless five-element body to cultivate, and there probably weren't many people with flaws like Zien. Zien bit her red lips and nodded sullenly. Sigh. Yun Nuashing sighed again. He patted her head and smiled. Don't worry. I will help you repair the five elements body. Now, there are still 2 or 3 places to go. Then we will be done. Zien nodded. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yun Nuashing. Although she also wanted to repair the five elements body, she would rather not have this body if the price was to make Yun Nuashing risk his life. It was fine to live like this. Although he wasn't threatened in the Earth Grotto, he lost half his life as soon as he entered the Tana's water god temple. She couldn't help but feel heartache when she recalled the scene of him fainting weakly. He didn't have to risk his life in those forbidden areas, but for her, he risked his life to enter those forbidden areas. Seeing Zien's dimming eyes, Yun Nuashing laughed and pulled her to lie down. He patted her head and smiled. Silly girl, I said that I would help you repair the five elements body. I won't think too much about it. Similarly, you don't have to think too much. I have a tough life and won't die so easily. Didn't they say that good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years? That means I can live for at least 1,000 years. Don't worry. Okay. Zien nodded and responded. Well, actually, I am a little selfish in helping you repair the five elements body. I am still waiting for you to help me in the future. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing scratched his head and simply told her his purpose. To be honest, Ling Hongjian and the others are incomplete. They were damaged for some reason. In order to repair them to a complete state, I need the perfect fusion of the five elements. So, can you help me with this? He didn't use a commanding tone. He only used a request. He had already said everything. He didn't need to keep it in his heart and feel like he was lying to a girl. Really? Zien's eyes lit up. She raised her head and stared at him with bright eyes. Her eyes flashed with joy. What she wanted most was to be able to help him. She had always been under his protection. She had also thought that one day when he was tired, she could spread her wings and protect him under her wings. She could fly with him, just like how he was doing for her now. Yes, really. So, you just need to repair the five elements body. I am still waiting for the five elements body to be completed. When I become invincible in the world, I will be able to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. According to the records in the ancient books, almost no one with the spiritual divine body had reached the complete realm. Excluding the spiritual divine body, Yun Nuashing really didn't see any other records that had reached the complete realm. This meant that no one with the spiritual divine body had reached the divine level. Although the five elements body was rare, there were records of those who had achieved great success. Every five elements body was the main character of that era. Others could only watch as this five elements body advanced triumphantly and reached the peak, becoming the next green leaf to serve as a foil. A five elements body that had achieved great success could compete with the gods. Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, Zien smiled sweetly and nodded helplessly. Although this sentence was a little joking, it was also true. Ziyi had told him that the spiritual divine body had almost never reached the complete realm. In addition to the obstruction of external forces, there was also the factor of the body's own constitution. Zien had told him this, but they weren't too clear about the specifics. This had also become a thorn in his heart. No one could remain unchanged after hearing that they couldn't cultivate to the complete realm. They would more or less feel a little depressed. Even with Yun Nuashing's carefree and open-minded mentality, he could only sigh to himself and say, "What the hell?" So when he said this, he was somewhat serious. When Zien reached the complete realm one day, the five elements body would dominate the world. At that time, he would be able to feel at ease and unload some of his burdens. Although it was despicable to live under the protection of a girl, he actually felt that it didn't matter to him. A lifetime spanned a few hundred years, while a cultivator only lived 10 million years. Gods dominated an era, but in the end, everything would turn to dust. Rather than that, why not let himself live a little easier? Why care so much? Of course, he could only think about this. Suddenly, Zian thought of something and hurriedly said, "By the way, Xing, when I saw Xianbin I felt strange. I felt uncomfortable all over." Uncomfortable all over? Yun Nuashing was stunned and blinked. Ziyan nodded. However, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what she was feeling. She just felt strange and restless, as if there was a kind of opposing will. Even her blood was flowing faster. She thought for a moment and said it out loud. Opposing? Yun Nuashing was startled for a moment and frowned. Generally speaking, this kind of feeling was just like the meeting of natural enemies among magical beasts. Each of them would have a reaction. However, when these two living people met, what kind of opposing feeling could they have? I think it's a bloodline problem. Or maybe it's an opposing constitution. At this moment, Su Ming's voice gently sounded in his mind, making him frown again. What's the nemesis of the 5 elements body? Yun Nuashing thought for a moment. He didn't think it was a bloodline problem. Although they both had the surname Xian, he'd sensed that Zian and Xuanbin's bloodline auras were different. Then, it could only be a matter of constitution. No, the 5 elements body has no nemesis. If I have to say, the nemesis is you, Su Ming said indifferently. Su Ming said indifferently, the 5 elements body and the reception spirit divine body can cooperate and combine. However, if they stand on opposite sides, they are each other's most terrifying enemies. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he wasn't standing on opposite sides with Zian. If the 2 strongest constitutions in history really fought, it would be hard to say which one was stronger. Moreover, just now, if he stood on opposite sides with Zian and put the Su Ming sword between them, would he be able to do it? Impossible. Then, what's with the feeling of being opposite sides? Yun Nuashing didn't understand. There was only one spiritual, godly body in the world. There couldn't be a second one. Xianbin definitely didn't have the spiritual, godly body, and there was no connection between them. Then what was with Zian? Then it can only be a matter of bloodline. If there's a mark left in the bloodline of the 2 families, especially a mark left by an enemy, and it flows into the bloodline of future generations, then there will be a connection, Su Ming said. Oh, Yun Nuashing pondered for a long time. Looking down at the Mei Mao, he asked, Girl, does your ancestor have anything to do with the Xian family? Ancestor? Zian was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she frowned and said, Our Xian family wasn't originally from the western regions. We moved here from somewhere else. There's no record of where we came from in the ancestral records. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. There was no way to investigate this. There wasn't even a record of it in the ancestral records. Who knew if there were any grudges between their ancestors? What's wrong? Zian couldn't help but ask, seeing his serious expression. No, I thought of something, but I can't verify it. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. Oh. Suddenly, both of them fell silent. They didn't look at each other. In the room illuminated by the purple moonlight, a hazy atmosphere circulated quietly. Only the sound of synchronized breathing could be heard in the room. Zian twisted her body slightly and pressed her delicate ear against Yun Nuashing's heart, listening to the powerful beating sound. She felt a sense of security. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes wide and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Zian's action reminded him that there was still a heart of earth floating in his heart. It was constantly nourishing his soul and body. However, Zai had said that it wasn't time for him to refine it yet. The energy contained in the heart of earth was too great. Yun Nuashing lowered his head slightly. The person in his arms was very light and soft. She was just a small ball in his arms. From the side, he could see her long eyelashes trembling slightly. There was no makeup on her snow-white face. There was a natural elegance and flirtatiousness to her, as well as a faint sense of mystery. He had a strange feeling. His relationship with Zian was unclear. Although he had been asked a few times, he was still a little stunned and didn't know what it meant. Whether it was Zai or Yuan Shi, they had all said in private that Zian should like him. Should. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he had a mental breakdown for a while. In particular, these two words made him feel very uneasy. He couldn't just go to Zian to confirm it. He couldn't just pounce on her and say, "Lass, you like me?" How could he endure this? After what happened that night, Yun Nuoxing's emotions became a lot more complicated. Although it was most likely because the two of them were in a daze from sleeping, and he really didn't understand what Zian's feelings for him were. However, his own words, to be honest, were a little throbbing. It was an inexplicable throbbing. Before this, there were only two types of female friends he was close to, elder sister or younger sister. He really didn't think about the other type. He felt that it was reasonable that Zian moved his heart. She was such a beautiful girl. Anyone would be moved by her. Yun Nuoxing clearly saw the reactions of Yaohua and the others at that time. Moreover, this girl was always sticking to you. Little star. Suddenly, Zian opened her red lips and called his name, giving him a fright. Ah, huh. Yun Nuoxing, who was in a daze, was scared out of his wits by this sudden voice. His originally messy emotions became a little confused. Zian raised her head. Mei Mao's eyes were surging with affection. She quietly looked into the pair of light purple eyes and opened her red lips slightly. "What kind of girl do you like?" Huh. Yun Nuoxing was stunned and his handsome face turned red. He was confused by this question, but he still seriously thought about it for a long time. After muttering to himself for a long time, he took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful face that was close to him. His heart trembled inexplicably, and he was so scared that he quickly composed himself. Zian was lying on his chest now. How could she not hear the change in his heart? "That the girl I like?" Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. He took a deep breath and said, "Someone who can act cute, act coquettishly and be pretty and cute. Someone who doesn't make me worry too much, but also doesn't make me feel too assured, someone who can be by my side, right?" Zian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he gave an answer that Yun Nuoxing himself wasn't sure of. How could he not even know what kind of girl he liked? Yun Nuoxing was a little embarrassed. After all, he really didn't think too much about this question. Zian took a deep breath. She placed her small hand on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and pulled herself up slightly. The two faces faced each other. Yun Nuoxing's dark purple hair fell on his face, making him feel itchy. Before he could come back to his senses and think about what Zian was doing, the next sentence shocked him so much that his soul almost left his body. "Then am I suitable?" Chapter 342. The moment Yun Nuoxing heard this question, he felt like he was either crazy or dreaming. Even if his EQ was low, even if he didn't know what love was, even if he didn't care about anything, when he heard this question, even a fool would be able to guess what Zian meant. No, wait a moment. What's going on? Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth slightly, and his lips trembled slightly. He looked at Mei Mao, who was less than 5 inches away from him. For a moment, he felt like his thoughts had been seen through, so he hurriedly turned his gaze away. "This is the answer I got that day," Zian said again. Yen spoke again. He didn't say it out loud, but he secretly pointed it out, causing Yun Nuoxing's psychological defenses to crumble faster and faster. He suddenly remembered that day when Mingming personally facilitated that kiss. It was soul-stirring and soul-stirring. What happened next made him even more soul-stirring. At that moment, Yun Nuoxing had an illusion. As he stared at the somewhat stubborn face, he vaguely felt that the girl in front of him wasn't Zian but Xianyin. It was the same scene, but the expressions between the two were so similar. As for him, he also did the same action. Silence, if he asked himself honestly, When a beautiful girl sat on top of him and asked for his feelings, Yun Nuoxing's panic index was already off the charts. Moreover, he was really a little moved, but he couldn't make up his mind. This was because he remembered the pink piece of paper that God-defying God had given him. It was the piece of paper with the words, "Encounter with true love," written on it. He couldn't be sure who it was. His thinking was a little old-fashioned, but there was a stubborn thought in his heart. Love was love. 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 F***CK. Little Star has been forced to abdicate. In the spiritual world, Zai, who had just opened his eyes, saw this scene. He immediately jumped up in excitement. He quickly took out his diary and wrote down this matter. Then he raised his pen and waited anxiously for Yun Nuoxing's answer. That last, this? I don't know. Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth and let out a bitter laugh. After saying this, the feeling in his heart was a little inexplicable. Facing 2 or even 3 girls, this kind of obvious or hinting, he actually did not know how to answer. If this news got out, everyone would probably call him an idiot. Xian gently tapped her snow-white chin. She seemed to have expected this answer. She asked again, "Then, can I be like Sister Yuan Qian?" Qian. Yun Nuoxing's handsome face stiffened. Of course, he knew what this meant. That day, Yuan Qian said that before he found the person he liked, she would leave a place for her. She must have told Xian about it and let the latter know as well. Now that she had told him again, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Star. Xian suddenly stretched out her jade-like hand and grabbed his hand that was placed beside his head. Their fingers interlocked, and her beautiful eyes stared at him seriously as she said, "I'm serious." Yun Nuoxing was so anxious that he was about to cry. Putting aside the serious question, he didn't know how to deal with this somewhat embarrassing posture. This unusually ambiguous action successfully tugged at his heartstrings again. He didn't know what other people liked about him. Was it purely because of his good looks? Or was it because he looked very harmless? Seeing that he was indifferent, Xian's eyes dimmed a little. It was heartbreaking. She had mustered up her courage to say this, but half of it was because she had been provoked by Yuan Qian. Or rather, it was because of Yuan Qian that she had come up with such a show. Moreover, she wasn't the only one who wanted to know the answer. There were several pairs of ears outside the door. "Hey, brother is so silent again. He doesn't even like Sister Xian. Who does he like?" Ming retracted his ears and muttered. She had heard Xianin's confession to Yun Nuoxing. This time she also heard it, but the result made her anxious. Is he really going to wait until no one wants to marry me? Ming muttered again, making Yuan Shi and Yuan Shui speechless. Do you think Nuoxing has some kind of obstacle? If it were me, I would have accepted it long ago. Yuan Shi sighed. Such a good girl was by his side and had been with him for a long time. Logically speaking, even if he had a heart of stone, he should have been enlightened. However, he was still in a daze. It made people suspect that even a piece of wood couldn't be so dull. So he subconsciously thought of a possibility. Yuan Shui's pretty face turned red. She pinched his arm with her jade-like hand and said reproachfully, "Brother, what are you talking about? Is there anyone who curses Mr. Yin like that?" Yuan Shi, brother is not serious. Even someone as elegant as you, Xiao blushed at his words. Hey. Yuan, she rubbed her arm and let out a strange cry. I was wondering if he had some sort of psychological barrier. What are you guys thinking? The 2 women were stunned. Their pretty faces turned red again. They both rolled their eyes at him. 2 white jade palms slapped his head, making him groan. He held his head and wailed, "That girl, no I." Seeing Xian's heartbreaking expression, Yun Nuoxing panicked. He wanted to reach out and touch her head, but at the moment he was restrained and couldn't move. However, before he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing was stunned again. His eyes widened because he was caught off guard and was kissed by Zian again. It was not a light kiss like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, but a deep kiss. It was so deep that the two of them seemed to melt together. Girl, Yun Nuashing was shocked to the point of horror. If the last time could be said to be an accident and sleep, then what about this time? This time, he was very sure that the two of them were in a very good state of mind and would not be confused. Moreover, Zian was still acting like a child. There was no shyness or special behavior, which made him very speechless. Mother said that if you love a boy, you have to kiss him. Zian said seriously. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he almost vomited blood. Weren't you just hinting? Why did you suddenly make it clear? What should I do? What did your mother teach you? Xingxing, if you don't have a partner, let me be your partner. Zian leaned forward again and said very calmly. She was so calm that it made people wonder if she was talking about her own affairs. Yun Nuashing was stunned, dumbfounded. He once said that, in this life, he would only give all his heart to one person. That's right, he was moved. He was moved by Zian. Although it was very small, it was very deep. It went deep into his soul and was unforgettable. However, he was afraid because he did not know who he was. Everything he had now was disgust, without the past. That dusty memory might bring him bad things. It might make him stand on the opposite side of everyone. He did not know. This was just one of the possibilities. He always habitually thought of everything in the worst possible direction. Little girl, let me think about it. Now, Yun Nuashing sighed. In the end, he did not reject anything. However, he did not accept it directly either. He had to think about it carefully. Today's continuous shocks almost made his worldview collapse. Yun Nuashing thought that Zian would be disappointed in him. However, she was unexpectedly not disappointed. Instead, she smiled at him and said, Xingxing, I don't like you for no reason. I'm not unhappy that you didn't promise me. On the contrary, I can confirm that you are seriously thinking about it. You are not just fooling around. You win. Hearing this explanation, Yun Nuashing really collapsed. Although it was true that she said so, after all, he also thought so. Moreover, after more than a year of working together, the two of them understood each other infinitely. It was not wrong to say that they were the closest people. They knew each other's strengths and weaknesses very well. In this case, Zian still chose him without hesitation. It could be seen that she was not fooling around. After Zian finished speaking, she smiled, took a light breath, and kissed him deeply on the face. Only then did she release him. She jumped out of bed happily and sat down on the side. On the other hand, Yun Nuashing's back was wet. Even the bed was wet. His handsome face was flushed. Wisps of white steam rose from his body. He was so embarrassed that he was smoking. Chirp. Little Phoenix, who was beside the pillow, was startled by the steam that pounced on its body. It quickly woke up, flashed to the side, stretched its wings, and tilted its little head to look at him in confusion. Yun Nuashing held it in the palm of his hand, comforted it for a while, and put it aside. Then he slowly sat up, leaned against Zian, and murmured, Girl, you said that you like me. What do you like about me? Zian turned her head, thought for a moment, and said with a smile, Xingxing is very attentive and gentle. Standing by your side makes people feel at ease. After so long, I can feel it. However, you always only care about others and forget about yourself. It makes me worry. I like the way you smile brightly. I like the way you act without hesitation and heroism. I like the way you smile with a little arrogance and confidence. I like the way you have the courage to go through the difficulties of life and death. I like you to the point where I can no longer control myself. I think of you every single moment. I know I regret it. I regret meeting you and turning me into this. But I'm glad that I met Star, the bright star that hangs high in the sky in front of me. In the end, Zian murmured with a little bit of bitterness and happiness. She didn't know when it started, but she always thought of him by her side which made her not like herself anymore. After Yin Nuashing heard this, his eyes trembled, and he took a deep breath. He suddenly flung his hair back and smiled proudly. "Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend. Who asked me to be so outstanding that I made you fall in love with me?" Uft! Hearing these narcissistic words, Xian laughed. She knew that he said this because he didn't want the atmosphere to become so awkward. To be honest, it didn't seem strange at all. "Little star, you're too narcissistic." Xian patted him lightly and smiled. "Oh, then are you mesmerized by my elegance?" Yin Nuashing laughed and pulled Xian into his arms. He lifted her snow-white chin and pretended to be flirtatious. He then asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you up?" "I dare to love. Are you brave enough to accept?" Xian pouted disapprovingly. She had a look that said, "If you don't like it, come at me." Seeing this, he was speechless again. He wasn't brave enough to directly go up the bases. "You win again," Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. "Can't you act like you're 13? Chapter 343. Let's go, it's been a month. The Divine King and the others should be very anxious." Yin Nuashing stood up, stretched, and put the little phoenix on his head. He turned his head and smiled at Xian, then looked at the door and said, "Also, the 4 outside the door, it's about time to come in, right?" With Yin Nuashing's current soul power, he was comparable to a demon rank powerhouse. Although the 4 outside had concealed their aura very well, they couldn't escape his detection. He just didn't have time to pay attention to them. Now that he had dealt with the 2's matter, it was time to deal with the 4 outside. "Ah, Yuan Shi," and the others were startled. They didn't expect that they would still be discovered, even though they had concealed their aura so well. They immediately jumped and ran away. Yuan Shui and Yu Xiao disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only Ming outside the door. Knowing that she couldn't escape, Ming pushed the door open. Seeing Yin Nuashing helplessly shaking her head, she grinned, revealing 2 cute little canine teeth. She jumped into Yin Nuashing's arms and kissed him on the cheek, then smiled sweetly and said, "Hee hee, brother, you are so sharp." "Little girl." Yin Nuashing rubbed her head helplessly, reached out and hugged her tightly, then led the 2 out. In the attic hall, everyone sat in a circle, looking at the scenery outside the door. The lake was pleasant, and the purple moonlight reflected a faint moonlight. It was very beautiful. "You want to go to Lihuan City again." Everyone stared at each other, and the sound of running water echoed in the hall. One by one, they staggered up from under the table and looked at Yu Xiao, who was standing gracefully in front of them, as if they had seen a ghost. "Well, the storm in Lihuan City is not over yet. This trip back to Sea King City is just for the Tana's Water God's Temple. I think most people think so. Now that the temple has come to an end, it's about time to go again." Yu Xiao nodded. Although she was just asking for instructions from a group of seniors, it sounded like a notice. "Xiao Xiao, have you thought about it? Last time in Distant Spirit City, you almost died there." Elder Yu Qing glanced at her and said indifferently, "No matter how difficult it is, we still have to make a trip. I think that the inheritance left behind by that deity is something that many people would be interested in. I naturally want to obtain it as well." Yu Xiao nodded, insisting on going. It was said that there was a ruin under Lihuan City. It was the dojo of a certain heavenly god, and his inheritance was left there, now that it had seen the light of day again. Just the name of the inheritor was enough to attract countless people. However, it seemed that no one had been able to enter it. After all, the dojo of a heavenly god was filled with restrictions. It was easy to kill people and cause rivers of blood to flow and millions of corpses to fall. Yu Xiao had also seen it in Lihuan City. She had tried to break in, but she was beaten out. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a high-level artifact on her, she would probably have died there. Even so, she still wanted to go there again. The inheritance of a divine god wasn't any less valuable than an eternal divine weapon. Either one of them could create an immortal force. After all, they were both immortal inheritances. "Don't worry. If there's something wrong, I'll come out. Seeing everyone staring at her, Yu Xiao smiled faintly. She wasn't a reckless person. Although the treasure was good, she had to be alive to enjoy it. She was just going to take a look. Sai, do as you wish. Anyway, it's the era of you young people. We old guys can't control you. Yu Qing smiled bitterly and waved her hand helplessly. Thank you, elder. Yu Xiao smiled sweetly when she heard that. If Yu Qing didn't agree to let her go, then she really couldn't go. What are you guys talking about? On the second floor of the hall, Yun Nuashing had just come out with two people. When she heard what everyone was talking about, she asked excitedly. Before coming to the hall, Yun Nuashing went to take a look at Yuan Qian. When she saw that she was sleeping like a dead pig, she felt a little distressed. However, she didn't want to wake her up, so she had to come out first. When everyone saw him, they were stunned for a moment, especially the few divine kings, who turned pale with fright. They hurriedly winked at Yu Xiao, hinting for a long time. They were even more worried that Yun Nuashing would also run over to join in the fun. The thing this time was different from the past. There were countless restrictions present, and even divine underworld powerhouses would fall if they went there. They had watched from afar, and all of them felt that it was a place of great danger. Seeing everyone staring at her, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She slowly walked down and asked, Hey, what are you guys talking about? Why aren't you talking? Let me listen too. Little Star, are you all right? The beautiful woman was the first to speak and change the topic. Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry to have made everyone worried. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and smiled. Speaking of which, what's the relationship between you and that guy? He actually fused with your soul. Are you really Yun Nuashing? Jin Jinwang frowned and was a little worried. He was afraid that Yun Nuashing's soul would be stolen and his body would be taken over by someone else. Of course I'm still me. That person. Forget it, it's nothing. Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly. Just as she was about to say it, she thought about it and decided not to say it. She felt that it was better not to let so many people know about her. It was enough for Zian and the others to know. After she finished speaking, under everyone's strange gazes, she pulled out a chair without any hesitation and sat down with Zian. Then she smiled and said, So, did you guys say something fun just now? Everyone rolled their eyes. Can't you feel that the atmosphere here is so heavy? Which eye of yours saw that we were laughing as if we had heard something fun? Yu Xiao twirled Mei Mao around and stared at Yun Nuashing with a smile. When the other god kings saw this, they felt that they were in trouble and hurriedly transmitted messages to each other. Yu Xiao, everything can be discussed. Don't drag Little Star into this. When Yu Xiao heard this, she smiled even more happily. Her smile was like a flower. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes. She was beautiful and charming. She directly sat down beside Yun Nuashing and rested her chin on her hand. She smiled and said, Little brother Nuashing, I heard that a ruin was unearthed in Lihuan City. Do you want to take a look? All the god kings' faces turned ashen. They wanted to beat their chests and stomp their feet. When Yun Nuashing came out, they should have thrown him back. Now that he heard about it, they were really done for. With Yun Nuashing's playful and fearless personality, he would most likely go and take a look after hearing this news. Ruin. Sure enough, when he heard these two words, Yun Nuashing's light purple eyes lit up, causing everyone to cry out that they had gone blind. Yes! It's about the inheritance of a god. It has existed for a long time. Maybe it's a ruin from the mythological era. Yu Xiao said with a smile. She was determined to drag Yun Nuashing along. After all, bringing Yun Nuashing along would definitely increase their safety by leaps and bounds. Sometimes she even felt that Yun Nuashing was like a god standing beside her. It was very reassuring. It was even more reassuring than holding an eternal divine weapon. All the divine kings were speechless. At this moment, Yu Zhao's smiling face looked very cute. But in their eyes, no matter how they looked at it, she looked like a little devil with 2 horns on her head. This girl was determined to drag Yun Nua Planet down with her. Even Elder Yu Qing covered his face and couldn't bear to watch. His goddess was really too unscrupulous. Wasn't she bullying Yun Nuashing? Ruin from the mythological era. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was so excited that he jumped up. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a ruin from the mythological era. Now, one was delivered to him. He could only sigh inwardly. Good luck comes too quickly. He couldn't stop it. He didn't care at all whether he was fooled or not. Okay, since it's a ruin from the mythological era, how can I not go? I'm also interested in the inheritance of a god. His laughter reflected Yun Nuashing's joy, but when it fell into the ears of the others, they were speechless, seeing that Yun Nuashing was more excited than herself. Yu Xiao suddenly felt a little apologetic. Yuan, she had told her that he wouldn't suspect people he knew. She was obviously fooling him. To be honest, she didn't know if it was a ruin from the mythological era. What if she went in and found that it wasn't a ruin from the mythological era? At this time, she had deceived this little dumb star who was so innocent that no one wanted to hurt him. It made her feel a little guilty. God Kings, are you going too? After laughing, Yun Nuashing turned his gaze and looked at Jin Jinwang and the others. Since they were all sitting here, they must have discussed it. Moreover, the ruin from the mythological era was such a big thing. He didn't believe that anyone wouldn't go. Go. Of course we're going. How can we not go? Jin Jinwang smiled, but his smile was uglier than crying. Since Yun Nuashing was going, they naturally had to go too. They still had to protect this little fool. If there was an accident, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The God Kings smiled bitterly and glared fiercely at Yu Xiao. When the latter saw their ferocious looks, she stuck out her tongue cutely and grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm with her jade-like hand. She chattered non-stop, making everyone feel even more helpless. When are we going? Yun Nuashing asked. He couldn't wait to fly directly to Lihuan City. There's no hurry. The last time we went, the seal wasn't completely lifted. It's still too early to go now. It should be about a month, right? Yu Xiao said. A month? Yun Nuashing's handsome face trembled. Wasn't this just looking at the treasure anxiously? A month it is. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. At this time, he hadn't completely recovered and needed some time to recover his soul. At the same time, he also needed to comprehend the spirit acceptance heavenly technique. As the young man said, he couldn't rely on the divine weapon for his whole life. His own strength was still very important. However, the matter of cultivation could be put aside for the time being. There were 2 energy crystals in his body. One was Ziya's, and the other was that young man's. Yun Nuashing's cultivation speed was very fast. Now that he was desperately suppressing it, it wasn't a good thing to increase his realm too quickly. Therefore, the most important thing now was to cultivate his soul. Fortunately, before leaving, Xian Yin prepared a mountain of pills for him. It shouldn't be a problem for him to eat them like beans. Moreover, before leaving, he had to go to the Tana's water god temple to collect the altar. That was the fragment of the star map. While Yun Nuashing was muttering to himself and arranging the schedule for the next few days, Yao Hua and the others came out. Seeing that he had recovered, they all smiled and then asked about his well-being. They couldn't stop staring at him. They were just short of pulling out his soul to take a look. By the way, we'll be going to Lihuan City in a while. You should also prepare. Jin Jinwang knocked on the table, raised his chin and said indifferently, Oh, no. The 9 heroes knelt on the ground and howled. Recently, the storm over the temple had died down. The sky god's training ground in Lihuan City was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. Almost everyone in the northern wilderness knew about it. In addition, the storm in Lihuan City had been stirred up in the first place. It had only been suppressed for a while. Now that the temple was over, everyone's attention turned back to Lihuan City. Lihuan City, the sky god's inheritance. Let's go there and get some benefits. The restriction is still there, but it won't last much longer. The inheritance of the sky, God belongs to us. At the same time, all over the realm of the gods, there were discussions. Even the ancient inheritances couldn't help but want a piece of the pie. In an instant, everyone gathered in Lihuan City.